Meow. Hello. Meow meow. Let me set my stuff up. Top messages. No, we want all messages. Hello, person who's watching. Hey, Chloe. Hey, Chloe. What's up, Elijah? No Gino yet. This is Chloe. Kitty, kitty. Oh, hey, Chloe. Hey, Chloe. Yeah, wrong cat. You're good, Elijah. I also saw a cat down the block that way. We're gonna maybe go check it out. Speaking of which, let me turn my car off. Chloe! It's okay, girl. I got you. I got you. I got you. I got a new container of food today, so I just gotta open it up. Give me a second. Yeah, I got you. Meow, meow. No. Stay out of the street. I know I'm in the street because that's where my car is. You don't go in the street. Yeah, don't go in the street. You don't want to be here. Exactly. Good girl. Meow, meow. Joel. All right, Chloe. Let's go. Can you get picked up yet or not quite? Pretty relaxed. Seem to be having a good time. You want to do a biscuit something? Give me a sec, Chloe. Give me a sec. I'll be with you. I'm here. You're a good kitty. Yes, you are. There you go. Here, hold on. Let me give you the extra. Brand new container means it hasn't had time to like kind of melt into itself fully. There you go. Oh. Don't worry, don't bother about me. I just fell backwards in a very awkward manner. It's all good. I do that all the time. All right. What's up, Michelle D? She is cute. Yeah, it's all good, Elijah. If I were to harangue you for the English language, then I would be truly the man in the glassiest of glass houses throwing the first stone. Speaking of which, I've got a hilarious story for y'all today. It's it's a lull. All right, we're gonna let Chloe eat for a second. I want to see if the cat I thought I saw over here is indeed over here. But yeah, I've got a hilarious story that happened to me at work today. Like, guffaw, ha ha, very funny motherfucker, laughing. What is that? Hmm. Now that's a human. That's not a cat. Hello, Existag. I could have sworn. I could have sworn I saw a little void over here somewhere. If y'all see a void running across the street or something like that, do let me know. All right. So let me tell you all the story that happened today at work, because golly, is it funny. I've got plenty of funny stories. I've had some funny shit happening to me in life of late, so let me share some of that with y'all. First off, sorry about my ADHD, but also not sorry. I want to see what's going on over here. It's available. And it's boarded up. Or no, it's not boarded up, actually. Or is it boarded up? I guess these people used to be stone merchants, I'm guessing. I don't know what would give me that impression. They're open, except they're not. Rich Collision. The finest. The finest in protection. All right. Meow. Where's Voidy Void? We're looking for Voidy Void. Little Void. No, not Little Void. Little Void is elsewhere. Little V is elsewhere. And also, this dude was not little. This was a big old void. A big honking void. So yeah, let me tell you all the work. So yeah, let me get off my ADHD steez and tell you all the work story, and then it looks like we're just gonna go right back to Chloe and see how she's doing. But all right. So here's the story as it goes. So, those of y'all who know me know I work professionally as a chef. Those of y'all who don't know me and this is your first experience with the David Romano's channel, yes, I work professionally as a chef. And one of my jobs, I have two. One of my jobs is I cook food for 2 assisted living facilities in the LA Valley region. It's a job I've done for a while. I'm quite good at it. I used to be the head chef of a catering company, but when that catering company went bust, some of the houses that we were still serving asked me, look, okay, cat under car. You see? That's not the void I was looking for, but that is a cat under a car. I think they have food over there, but I might want to see if we can get any action. But also there's a person there, and like some people are better about cat feeders than others. But regardless of that, let me walk back to Chloe where the food is and the car is and like my valuables is. So yeah, the news. So back to the story. At this job cooking food, I used to have a sous chef, but that went the way of the dodo, and honestly, whatever, it is what it is. But because it's just me doing all the cooking, I do also all the prep work. Some of it, and I'm a decent, and I'm still, despite the fact that I wouldn't call myself necessarily a prep cook, I can certainly do prep. It's just knife work. It's peeling veg. It's not that hard really to do prep. It's just a royal pain in the ass. And one of the things I feel like I do very, very well, but also one of the most annoying things for me to do, is mincing garlic, because I refuse to use a garlic musher. I refuse to use that bullshit garlic that comes out of a jar. It's not for me at all. So, with that in mind, what I usually do is I buy a 5-pound bag of garlic from the store, whole garlic, and I will, make sure it's peeled. I'll smush it, and I will manually mince it using just a knife. And when I say that that's an awful lot of work, I mean it's an awful lot of work relative to the easy way to do it. But I'm firmly convinced, and you cannot convince me otherwise, that this makes the best minced garlic product. It has zero added BS that you would get in jarlic. It's not as mushy as you would if you used a garlic masher type situation. It gives the best garlic flavor relative to that. That's my own opinion. Y'all other professional chefs are free to disagree with me, but that's my opinion. I'm standing on business. But the side effect of that is that because I insist on doing this manual process with garlic, it takes me an awfully lot longer to actually prep garlic than it would if I decided to do it the lazy way. But there's no shortcuts sometimes in cooking. But yeah, the fact of the matter is the garlic is not expensive, but my time is valuable. I care very deeply about my time and the fruits of my labor. So when my labor is taken for granted, I have a problem. What happened to Chloe? Oh, she went under the thing. Let me give her food directly. Hey, Chloe. Here, are you a little nervous to eat without me? Here, I'll stay for a little bit longer. Here, boom, 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 boom. Okay. Nobody's gonna steal your food, Chloe. There is nobody else here. It's just you and me, girl. Come on. Sure. All right. Let's get a show on the friggin' road. Okay, Chloe. I'll see you later. I'm going on to the next thing. Should I go and feed peeps who are watching, all 7 of y'all? Should I go feed the cat that was down the block over there, or should I just go on to the next spot? Let's go check in and see if Steve the raccoon and his gang are there. Let me know, y'all. And then I'll continue the garlic story when I'm in the car. Hello, Sean. Oh, yes, this is a good kitty. This is a very good kitty. Oh, feed it. Great news, Trish. The container is down here. Already fed her. But yeah, that's what we do here. All right. Come on, peeps. Let me know. Should I go to that other cat that was just chilling? Is that what you were saying, Trish, that I should feed the other cat or feed this cat? Or feed all the cats? I don't think I have money to feed all the cats, but I can feed as many cats as I want. All right, Chloe. Both. Trish has demanded that I feed both kitties. So you go down there and eat your food that I've already provided, and let's go feed the kitty down the block. All right. Let me get back on the garlic story. So, as I was saying, I've had problems with people who work at the facility taking my garlic. Now, I know y'all might think, oh, what's the big deal? I work real hard to make that garlic. That's the big deal. That's garlic for the patients of the facility that I take care of. Not for nurses, not for CNAs, LVNs, not for respiratory therapists, not for doctors. It's for the patients and only the patients. So believe you me, so I've had issues with, because here's the thing, I mince up 5 pounds worth of garlic and I chop it into individual sections and I freeze it. So I basically have pre-minced, frozen cloves of garlic, as it were, that I can use to cook. It's for me, it's the best possible mix of prepped and all of the above. I am from Los Angeles, which is indeed where we are right now. Oh, hello UK. I actually have a fairly decent audience in the UK, so it's nice to see y'all. Okay, but so yeah, so so like I was saying, I have issues with nurses when I'm not there. The good news is Emperor Onesius or whatever. I'm only doing about 5 miles an hour now. Did I just walk past where I was supposed to go? Yes, I did. Or did I just drive past where I was supposed to go? Yes, I did. But that's okay. We're on a very, 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 very quiet street. So anyways, back to the garlic story. Y'all are like really enjoying this ADHD experience. I'm sure you are. So yeah, I have issues with nurses and the like taking my pre-minced garlic when I'm not at the premises. And as I said, I have a big issue with that because it's not the price of the garlic. Garlic is cheap. It's the effort that it takes me to prep all that garlic. 5 pounds of mincing, it's 20 to 11. 5 pounds of minced garlic is not an insignificant amount of garlic. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort for me to do it. And I want to be able to use every single piece of the fruits of my labor. So, like I said, I've been having issues with nurses taking my garlic. As I said, that's not for them. That's for the patients and only the patients. So, after the most recent jacking of my garlic, which I had a bone to pick with. All right. Kitty. Where'd Kitty go? Guys, Kitty might have disappeared from this location. Oh. Nah, no Kitty here. What time? It's 20 to 11. No, it's not under the car anymore. But the pickup truck that was over there has left, so I would assume that the noise has put a startle in Kitty, and Kitty has gone elsewhere. But that's okay, Trish. Believe me when I tell you that this is far from the only location where there's homeless cats in Los Angeles. We'll do a quick check over here just to see, but also I just want to show y'all somebody else clearly takes care of the cats here, because behind these things there's water. Here's more water, dry food. I don't think the dry food should be on the floor, but that's besides the point. And that's, I don't know what the heck that is, mush. So, even though I'm not feeding the cats, they're well taken care of. And also, just in case, as I mentioned, I hate this shit beyond belief. Ugh, this big ass container of Galaxy gas. And for all of y'all curious, I'm a men's size 9, America. So, yeah, that's bad. Do I participate in the protest? Let's keep the politics out of stuff. It's just a horrible time to be alive, regardless of what side of the political aisle you're on at the moment, especially if you're American, and I am. But yeah, I mean, I definitely... Should you sub? I mean, up to you. I hope My opinion is that I should earn your subscription. So I hope I'm able to. But yeah. So let me get back onto the garlic story because it's fucking funny. And like the denouement of it is hilarious. Especially for the lockpicker nerds in my chat. So Elijah, I hope you're still here because this is funny as shit with the way it ends. So like I said, I've been getting increasingly irate with people with the nurses that work at the skunk! Skunk! Oh, skunk went away. Sorry, I can't show you the skunk. So yeah, so I've been increasingly irate with these people stealing the garlic that I work for. That takes me a lot of time to make, you know, when they're taking it for their own purposes. If you're making food for the patients, fine, but I know you're not. You're making food for yourself. That use your own garlic, mince your own garlic. There's knives at that facility. What's up, Dewey Brown? Where do you work like? So I have two jobs. I work as a cook for Universal Studios Hollywood, the theme park, and I also work at doing catering for assisted living facilities in this neck of the woods. Not like old age homes, more like congregate living facilities. So anyways, as I was saying, I was getting increasingly irate at the fruits of my labor and my property. Yes, I am. Yes, I am from LA. So I'm getting increasingly irate with the fruits of my labor getting jacked because, like I said, if you want garlic, mince your own damn garlic. Don't take the fruits don't take what I worked hard for to feed the patients that I'm responsible for. Hold on, let me pull over. Somebody's behind me going very fast, and sometimes there is a kitty over here. Kitty! Is there a kitty over here? Do I see a kitty over here? Yeah, a kitty over here. Meow! 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 Nothing. We continue. What high school? I went to Hammy. Well, actually, I went to two high schools. I started off at an Orthodox Jewish school, and then I was doing really bad, so my parents was like, you ain't worth $30K a year in tuition. So then I went to Hamilton. So anyways, So anyways, as I was saying, so I'm like, you know what? If you're gonna just keep taking my garlic, I can step shit up because I had already put numerous times on the actual taquache. I had already put numerous times because I was putting my garlic in Ziploc bags and then freezing it. And I kept putting property of Chef David, do not use without permission. And I even put it in Spanish and Tagalog, because a lot of the nurses are Filipino and some of them are Latina. So I'm like, you know what? If this is a language barrier, that ain't gonna be one for much longer. Despite all that, my shit keeps getting taken. And at some point, I was like, you know what? I'm done with this shit. This is bullshit. Y'all are disrespecting me after you've literally seen me crash out at, like, about this issue before at the premises. And yet somebody, I know who, but I'm not going to say it, somebody, an unknown person, keeps taking my shit. So I'm like, you know what? Two can play at this game. If you're gonna rob shit from the Ziploc bag and ignore the fact that I literally said, don't touch my shit, guess what? There are bags with locks on them. So what did I do? I went to fucking Lowe's Home Improvement, I shit you not on this one, and I spent $20 of my own money to buy one of those Master Lock locking bank bags. Yeah, I spent $20 to buy one of those Master Lock bank bags, and I swear before God, I put my minced garlic in the Master Lock bank bag and locked it up, because you ain't stealing my shit anymore. Also, I'm over here at this, also for those of you who are regular viewers of the channel, I'm at the Steve location, and there's nobody, I mean, nobody here. Like, nobody. 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 Yeah, it is what it is. What's up, Julian? What's up, Michael? What's up? Sean? Oh, no, I think I said hi to Sean. If I didn't, what's up, dude? All right, let's go check in on Gino right now. So, I guess I locked my car. That's good. So, IR Carson, get that yam off your face? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. Is it a nose comment? I bet it's a nose comment. You're really original. So anyways, so that's what I did. Appreciate you, Daniel. So anyway, so on Friday, no, I don't need money for garlic. I need to stay. I'm just saying that I'm, in this case, this is an instance not so much of like poverty, so much as standing on principle and or standing on business. Because y'all ain't taking my shit when I literally tell you not to take my shit. And then if you keep taking my shit, I'm gonna make my shit untakeable, which is what I did. I put a freaking bank bag. I put the garlic in a bank bag. So if you want to access the garlic, you gotta open the bag, which is behind a key. Who's got the key? Me and nobody else. So I thought so I'm thinking pretty good of myself, badass. I go home on Friday night. We don't have a stream because I had terrible time management on Friday. And I'm feeling pretty good about myself. Hell yeah, my garlic's protected. I get into work today, and the nurse, who I know is the one who steals all my garlic, but I kind of let her get away with it because I don't really care that much. Also, I'm not here to start fights. Is like, why did you put a purse? Why did you put a purse inside the freezer? We're gonna get in trouble with the ombudsman. I'm like, that's not a purse, that's a locking bag, and I put it in there because I need to protect something that belongs to me. She said, well, we thought it was gold. I said, well, as a matter of fact, to me, what's up, Zoe the cat? Welcome back. As a matter of fact, to me, that garlic is more valuable than gold. That's my labor. So the nurse is suddenly all of a sudden crashing out. I can buy my own garlic. And I'm like, then do so. I'm not unlocking the bag. The bag is here to stay because y'all keep stealing my shit. So sorry, either learn how to pick locks and unlock the bank bag, or break the bank bag. Either way, that's straight up like theft. But yeah. So I was just so mad, like, so yeah, exactly. Get your own damn garlic. What's up, Cheetah? Yep. So now nobody can get my garlic because it's locked up in the freezer, and if you want to get it, you need the key, and there's only one key. Well, there's two keys, but both keys are in my possession. One is on my key ring, which is currently in the ignition of my car, and the other one is down here somewhere, which is the keys to my store. There we go. Keys to my storage unit. So you know what? I'm on demon time today, boys and girls and non-binaries. And the lesson to be learned is, when I tell you not to steal my shit, don't steal my shit all the same, because eventually I'm going to like level shit up and actually make my shit unstealable. And I know, look, I'm a lock picker. I can open that bag very quickly. I know all of y'all lock pickers can open that bag very quickly too. But if you're not a lock picker, you're fucked. And that's exactly what I wanted, and that's exactly what I've got, and I'm happy. LOL. Big smile on your boy's face. La 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 la. Fuck y'all. Don't worry. Next to be locked up is gonna be the freaking my onions, because those also get stolen. But I don't pre-mince my onions because that doesn't, you can't freeze minced onions like you can minced garlic. There's just, the water content is too high in onions. All right. We're going to Gino and hopefully Fats. It was very, very warm over the weekend. Everybody's roasting on the week. Oh my God. I hope I don't have the conviction for what it was that Pee Wee Herman did get convicted for, because mystery kitty. Is that Sean the cat? I haven't seen Sean the cat in a minute. Let's see if Gino's here. We want to see Gino. Gino! All right, sorry. Let me also catch up with chat. I don't always follow chat that closely when I'm driving because, you know, eyes on the road. What's up, Bear? Let's see. Gino! Ow! Ow! Gino! Ow! Ow! All right, excuse me. Hello, hi. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm coming in to take what is mine. This, all right, let's see if Fats is in town. I hope Gino comes out while I'm looking for Fats. Gino! Ow! Okay, let me catch up with Matthew McConaughey. All right. All right, Cheetah, get your own garlic lock bag of garlic in the freezer. Hi Zoe, the cattle love cats. Hey Cheetah, Astro Dream. Anybody who I didn't say hi. Okay, what's up, Astro Dream? I don't think I said hi to you. Hypercod, what's up to you? Okay, Sage Cheetah. Let me see where else we're at. Nah, I'm not going to take the bag. That would defeat the purpose, because then I would have to transport it to and from my own apartment. Let's see. Yeah, I hate people who take shit too. All right. Everyone else is saying, what's up? I mean, honestly, okay, I'm caught up with chat. 1 sec. Fats! Ow! Fats! Oh, thank you so much, AJ Cottrell. Ow! Ow! I hear somebody meowing. Who is it? Gino! Ow! There he is. Gino! What's up, my dude? We're going this way. Gino! Meow. Look, Gino, somebody gave you tuna again? Bro. Was there supposed to be a weird moon thing? Is it like a blood moon or something? Gino! Okay, Gino, you gotta come on my side of the fence, my boy. Oh, is it an eclipse? Hey, I ain't got work tomorrow. I ain't got work tomorrow, and the only thing I got to do tomorrow is therapy. Maybe we'll just stream the whole time until the eclipse actually starts. Can somebody actually find out what time the eclipse is? And then we'll determine whether we're having a streaming marathon. What's up, Cece? 6:30 a.m. Okay, that's late o'clock. Or early o'clock, depending on where you are. Gino! All right, hold on, dude. Let me get my tripod so I can put the phone down, and let me also get you... I know you're already snacking on the tuna, but I'll give you some Friskies on top as like a treato. Also, yes, of course, I have removed the tuna from the can because the can bad for the cats. Not saying the people who fed Gino the tuna are bad. I'm just saying that the edge of the can is bad for the cat. Tongue and lips and stuff like that. So please, if y'all are doing what I'm doing, do me a small favor. Do me a small favor and please remove the cat food or the tuna from the actual can. It really doesn't cost that much extra to... Oh, 6:34 a.m. PST. Okay, that's not nearly as bad as 6:30. I can marathon it till 3:04. I'm for it. I'm for it. We'll go home and we'll do a lock picking stream after we finish the cats. And we'll bullshit for a little while, and then once we're done with the BS session, we'll go in and check in on the kitty cats, because that's only 4 hours from now. That's not that much. Gino. Gino. Oh, he went behind me. Gino. Big G. Big G. Big G. Come on, G. 1 second. Let me... Oh, you really want the tuna? All right, go ham on that tuna. I'll give you pets in the meantime. Pets for Gino. So yeah, I'm down to stream until the blood moon comes out. I'm for it. Come on, G. One thing I gotta do next time, I gotta do on Wednesday when we come visit Gino, I have my broom in the car. Before I start feeding him, I'm gonna try and sweep some of this crap away from here, just in case like food falls on the ground, he doesn't get like rocks and metal and shit in his mouth. That ought to help him a little bit, just in general. I don't want to, the reason I'm not doing it right now is because he's already started eating. I don't want to scare him away or anything like that. Let's see, yeah. So I got my garlic story finished. Let's see what else. Oh, good news for me. I don't know if it will. Good news, bad news. It's kind of just news. You know, late last year I applied for a team leader position at Universal, so I could get more pay, more hours, a little, you know, start accruing more seniority, which is, you know, a thing I want because I vastly prefer my Universal job to my other job. The only reason I keep the other job and don't quit is because it's stable and it, you know, it's unfuck-upable for me at this point. You know, but if offered full-time employment at Universal, I would not turn that down. That's a far superior job as far as benefits, as far as pay, as far as future advancement potential, all of the above. Universal is more better than my other job. But, so yeah, put in late last year for a team leader position. I guess they didn't get enough applicants at the time to really go forward with anything, but to finally have enough applicants, they're finally going forward. So over the weekend, I had my interview. I think I did pretty well. We'll see if I get the position. I hope I do. That's a good question, Elijah. There's no... Thank you, Amy Aguiar. All right. Good night, Zoe the cat. But yeah, maybe let's see if we can summon Gina. It also might be a little bit late. You never know. Also, I went on the other side of the food. I'm on the other side of the camera. And guess who else is on the other side of the camera? He doesn't like to be picked up quite so much, but he does love to just perform. But yeah, but who knows? Maybe Gina will pop in. You know who I haven't seen in quite some time, although I don't blame her, because like I said, she's got some... Yeah. You know who else I haven't seen in some time? Well, like I said, she's got some other stuff to deal with that's more important than watching my channel. I haven't seen Melanie in a minute. But like I think I mentioned, one of her dogs is stage 3 kidney disease. So, so number one, if you are subscribed to Mel, and I do go and give her dog Bowser some best wishes. But in other news, yeah, that's one of the reasons she hasn't been popping in so much, 'cause she's taking care of her own situation. Also, in another news, it seems to be the case. It's unfortunate, but nah, she ain't gonna get my garlic tomorrow. That shit's still locked up. Also, she's not working tomorrow. Okay, Gino, I gotta dip, but you have food, and I will see you on Wednesday. Sounds good? Let me clean your eye gunk, okay? Yes, let's all summon Gina. Gina. What do you mean, Sean, what do you mean by fuzzy face that kitty? All right. Gino's in worm mode. Okay, G, I gotta go do things. I think it's a bit late, Julian, for Fats. Historically speaking, to see Fats, I gotta show up here before 10 p.m. and it's well after 11. Thank you, Paul. Hey, Will Watson, keep doing that one more time. One more time. Okay, Elijah, time out Will Watson for 6 to 7 minutes. All right, let's see if we can summon Fats. Like I said, I don't think we're gonna summon the dude today, but we'll give a scream, and if he shows up, he shows up. Fats! Fats! Ow! Ow! Too late for Fats, I think. Okay. I'm gonna go check in on what I still for some reason insist on calling the main colony. Yeah, Fats is having a good schloof. a good schloof right now. Ah! I dropped the canister. Me too, Julian. I'm glad Fats is still going well. You know what? You know what? I was so sad when he disappeared, but I think all things being equal, him disappearing probably saved his life. Because, like, he still is doing fairly well every time I see him. Like, I know he'll disappear for a long periods of time and I won't see him, but he always seems to come back, and every time he comes back, he looks like he's healthy. And that's what I want to see until I can get him off the streets. I want to see that he's... Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, Cheetah/Sage, have a great night. But yeah, like, you know, it's more important to me that every time I see him, he seems to be doing well than I see him every day. And so, yeah. You know, I don't know for sure, you know, what the final disposition. I know what Faithless would say if he was here right now. But, you know, I'm not 100% sure on the final disposition of all the other cats, but I do know this: Fats is a lot safer than the other ones are, and so in that regard, shouts out to Fats, I guess. You know, like I said, I wish. You know, I wish in retrospect, I wish Big V and Marble Cat and Manice and Winston and all the good kitties who I can't seem to find anymore, I wish they had gone with Fats. Let's check in briefly at the main colony, see if anything's going on. Bentley Brazil, I used to vape, I do not anymore. I quit smoking and started picking locks instead. Or sorry, I quit smoking and started picking locks, and I started picking locks and I started taking care of homeless cats as a replacement for nicotine addiction. And it's a lot more expensive, to be honest with you. I think I should go back to nicotine addiction. Dick Grayson! Oh, Les, at this colony, things have been going very, very poor. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Elijah. Hey, here's a pro tip for all of you underage people. Don't publicly ask me to commit a crime. The answer is no. Like, a matter of fact, I'm going to go one step further. The answer is fuck no. So yeah, Les, as far as this colony goes, there used to be, I shit you not, over 20 cats at this location. And every time I would come visit, I would see between 10 and 15 on a daily basis. Or not daily basis, because I didn't come here every day, but on a per visit basis, I would see 10 to 15. Now, it's a little bit too late right now, so we won't see that many regardless. But the amount of cats that live at this colony, which, like I say, I still call for some reason the main colony, because for the longest time it was my main colony. And over the past few months, you know, so it's hard to tell where they went. There's a chance that they were killed. That's the worst possible outcome, is that they were killed because this is a machine shop, by the way. A new machinist took over for the old machinist that didn't mind the cats, and, you know, I guess decided that the cats needed to go. And that's that would be the worst possible outcome. Is that this machinist is actively killing the cats. Another bad outcome, but one that's slightly less bad. I don't know what this 5150 is doing over here. Another bad outcome that's slightly less bad, but it's still bad, would be Oh, no, sorry, man. I quit smoking. No, sorry, dude. My apologies. I only got cat food.
Oh, yes, that's good. Okay, I get something.
There's some right there.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is sad to think about. So, talk about 5150s, y'all. Dick Grayson! Yeah. All right, we're gonna pop out, I think, 2 cans of food here. Maybe just 1. I say Dick, no, we'll do 2. I have 2 out already. Hold on, let me put the camera on the tripod. So we'll continue talking about what might have happened. So option 2, which is also shitty, but it's more just life happening to homeless cats rather than a human actively killing cats, which would be the worst happenstance. The second happenstance is because they were being made very nervous, and that was happening before the end of last year. But because they were being made very nervous, they were moving away of their own volition. So some of them were moving that way. Some of them were going that way. Some of them went that way. And some of them might have gone that way across the street. And I will tell you, some of them were crossing the street. And I'll also tell y'all that when it's very late at night, people tend to street race on this street because, as you can see, there's nobody. So is there a chance that because of this man's actions indirectly, the cats decided to start crossing streets and then they were killed by a car that was going way faster than these people who are actually doing a very reasonable and considerate speed? So that's option 2 of like shitty, and thankfully I wasn't there to see any of them. That if they did get roadkilled, I was not there to see the roadkill. For at least these cats, which is good because I've taken cats that have been killed by cars to their final resting place before, but never cats that I know well, and it would be even worse to take a cat that I know well. But option 3 would be that because of their fear, they've just found new places to go where it's not so dangerous. And that's the option that I really want to be true, because then they're still alive and it's just a case of me finding them. But my desire for it to be true does not make it true. Right, kitty? Odd Billy, go fuck yourself. Like, literally, go fuck yourself. Like, eat a dick and choke on it. Come on, Dick Grayson. And I mean, speaking of cats, Dick Grayson, who before things started going south, I could pick him up and pet him on an almost regular basis. His socialization was going good. Now look, he's very, 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 very scared of everything and anything, as all the other cats are. Les, I want to believe option 3, and I choose to believe option 3 until given proof to the contrary, mostly because it just helps me, it helps me continue on with what I want to do. Because if there's, don't get me wrong, even if option 1 or 2 turned out to be the correct option, which would be absolutely heartbreaking, I wouldn't stop taking care of the cats. But it would be such a gut punch to me to know that, and like I said, a lot of the cats, like all the cats that have disappeared, have names, because I name all the feral cats or the homeless cats that I take care of. And if I haven't named them, I just don't know them well enough yet to give them a name. But it's so heartbreaking because so many of the cats that have disappeared were in varying degrees of socialization, and really, if there was more availability of rescue societies that would take adult homeless cats off the streets, then they would have been saved months ago. But that's just not an option oftentimes. And I do work with a rescue to get cats off the street, but because they, like almost every rescue, is almost perpetually in a state of we're full. You know, I can only take in, thank you so much, Les. I also forgot to like the previous donation from, where was it? Dick Grayson. There we go. Oh, yeah. AJ Cottrell, thank you oh, wait, I did like that one. Okay. I had to give big thumbs up to everybody who gives money because you guys are awesome and you help me keep feeding the cats and, and rescuing the cats and what have you. Also, for those of you who are members of the David Romano Discord, I did put in cat chat some photos I got sent from Marissa of Ozzy with the other cat, Lilith. They look really cute together. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, DG, Dick Grayson! I wish there was a way I could put like an edible tracking device in the food so that Dick Grayson could eat it and I could see where he goes, because he's still doing okay, relatively speaking. You know, he's not doing perfect, but he's doing better than some of the other cats. He's still here. He still looks healthy. You know, these are the things we want. All right. Dick Grayson is considering life. There is food for him. Hopefully some other cats show up. Bye, DG. All right. Time to hit the road, y'all. Beware of 5150 incoming. Sorry?
I'm sorry. Sorry, wrong person.
No worries, you're good. No worries, have a great night. Come on, DG. Go eat. All right. Sorry? Oh, no, I don't. All right. Peeps, let's go. What the shit is this dude doing? What the fugaze is this fugaze doing? What in the world? Are you trying to pick up a prostitute? Is that what this is? She's just homeless. She's not, I don't know. Maybe she is a prostitute, but nothing good happens after 11:20 apparently. Ha! Let's go home, peeps. Oh, Neville! Oops, that's my face. Neville's still here. Meow. Meow. Who else is making cat noises? It's just those two. Yeah, I don't, no. If it was a solicitation related situation, nobody was picked up, nobody got in anybody's car, so we just keep it pushing. They should legalize prostitution globally. It's the oldest profession in the world after farming. Making it illegal just puts sex workers in danger. It doesn't do anything for anybody else. Anyways, off soapbox. Yeah, you just want to be careful with this shit. All right, let's go home. Let's see my house cats. Sorry, y'all. I gotta spin a bitch right now. Who this? Oh, some house cat. All right, we go. I saw a cat in the street and I was like, maybe it was one of my long lost kitties. It's just some random house cat. Excuse me, pardon the yawn. Maybe we won't make it till 3 a.m. Remains to be seen. We're gonna go home. We're gonna hang out with my house cats. Everybody who's new to the channel can get to meet some of the cats that used to live on the street that no longer live on the street, because I do my best, despite the fact that I don't always succeed with every single cat that lives in Los Angeles. Keeping in mind that there's probably well over 1 million homeless cats in Los Angeles, so I do my best, but I can't save them all, and I have to know that. What are you doing, Mike? Why do you accelerate so slowly? Ah, well, you're in a Hyundai accent. That would explain a lot. Not hating on any of y'all if you have a Hyundai accent, but your car is slow as shit. Like, let's be honest. Excuse me, pardon the yawn. I just don't understand why people smoke in their cars. Even when I was a smoker, I didn't smoke in my car. That's gross. Your cars seem to smell like a fucking ashtray, man. Shit nasty. Like, really, it's nasty. It's gross. Blech. There he goes. Mr. I smoke in my car. Somehow I knew you wanted to go in front of me. You're good, but I'm better. Yeah, that's right. Turning with such ferocity, it thinks I literally freaking rotated the thing. Let's go! The VTEC just kicked in, yo. Gee, I crack myself up sometimes. It's important to make yourself smile. Remember that, folks. Even if what you're doing is slightly stupid, it is worth it to make yourself smile. Well, what's up, Faithless? I hope you saw the pictures I posted on Discord of Ozzy and Lilith. They look very happy together. Beep. Speaking of happy, VTEC noise makes me happy. I don't care if I'm speeding right now. Shut up. I don't know why, but I suddenly just... I smell like menthol, like a Hall's menthol. All of a sudden. And I'm like... Okay, also, question, because Elijah, I saw you, you uploaded the pretty plain bracket to the Discord. And we gotta get that moving sooner rather than later. But food for thought for y'all. Especially you guys who are aviation geeks, like myself. Should we do a pretty plain bracket where it's like a 1v1, like, you know, we pick 64 planes that we think are very good looking and have a March Madness style like my initial plan, or option B, should we do it like a tier list where we have like S tier being most beautiful plane ever made, Concorde is a winner there, you know, S tier A, B, C, D, etc. But we'll give them like plane related tiers, like S tier is Concorde tier, A tier is Tomcat tier, B tier would be like, I don't know, B is good looking but not overly so, so like F-16 tier. Then we got C tier, not good looking but cool, we'll call it, I don't know, Tupolev Tu-22M backfire tier. Then D, ugly, but is it ugly though? What's an ugly plane that looks kind of funky though? That would be A-10 Warthog tier, I guess. Sorry for you cultists, but it's a cool plane, but it's not the be-all and end-all of planes. It's a cool gun attached to a mid-plane. And then, of course, F tier, the ugliest of the ugly, looks only a mother could love. I don't know what to call that. Airbus Beluga, yeah. Or like, or Boeing, what's the, Boeing Dreamlifter tier? Super Guppy tier. It's okay, Hypercot. We were just BSing. Which we still are, because I'm driving home to my apartment so we can check out some of the cats that I've actually managed to rescue off the streets. And so that we can wait until the full moon, the blood moon totality in approximately 3.5 hours. It's going to be one hell of a marathon stream. But yeah, as I was saying, I'm honestly at this point kind of coming... Alright, good night, Hypercon. I hope I earned your subscription and like. But yeah, for my money, I'm kind of coming to the conclusion that it might be better to do it as a tier list than a bracket, because here's the thing. Number one, tier lists are more of a from a purely you know, how can I get exposure? Tier lists seem to be more in vogue culturally than brackets, unless your bracket is March Madness. That being said, it is March, so we do need to have at least one March Madness bracket. Maybe we'll do both. Maybe we'll do a pretty plain tier list, and then we'll take the top 64 planes from the tier list, and then we'll do pretty plain March Madness. I kind of like the sound of that. What do y'all think? Pretty plain tier list, and then March Madness of the top 64. TBD, I guess. I'm not gonna lie, Faithless, when I first got a Discord, I felt the exact same way. That's why my bio in Discord is this app makes me feel like a boomer, because it does make me feel like I'm significantly less technologically savvy than I think I am. Oh no, could I? Okay, Car's telling me, no, you can't downshift from 5 to 2. do dumb shit. It's okay, Car. I only really wanted to go 5-3. The way I kind of look at it, though, Faithless, is that Discord is a series of Reddits. So if you know how Reddit works, kind of, yeah. So like I think it's important to like think of every Discord server as its own Reddit, and then within that Reddit, the individual channels are the subreddits. So like you can think of David's online colony as David's Reddit, and then, you know, within that there would be, you know, instead of r/, you can do, since my name's David, you can do d/lockpicking, d/cats, d/conspiracy theories, whatever, you know, d/NSFW adult shit posting shit. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, definitely there's, I mean, look, as with everything in the internet in 2026, there is a lot of like porn brain shit going on right now, like in the Zoomer or Gen Alpha diction there, or diction. You see what I did there? But but in, like, you know, everybody, like, we're in an extremely, like, we have a society of gooners in the Gen Z parlance, and in the parlance of my own generation, we're a society of jerk-offs at this point. We're just porn-brained. And that's just an unfortunate reality of the 21st century. You know, a fabulous example of this was, like I said, when and I'll say it 1,000 times, when those, okay, which cat is in my window? Charlie's in the window! Charlie! Alright. Alright, okay. No, you're not dumb, Faithless. Like I said, that app sucks. It's just, it's good. It's good. What's up? Yeah. 70. Can somebody remind me for the AVH squawk codes? Is 70? Which one's 7,500? I know 7. I know there's squawk 7.5, squawk 7.6, and squawk 7.7. Like, Afgeeks, help me out here. 1 second. All right. Was it raining in Oz? I guess so. All right. Earlier today, I found like a buttload of lock cylinders in there. Ah. We're back with David ISO up close and personal, so y'all don't see where I live exactly. Although I'm sure some of y'all have figured it out, but that's my eye. I live in my eye. I live. Now, oh, streets flooded. I'm well acquainted with that, Elijah. You should see LA when it rains. Okay, hopefully that brings us back, brethren, because I don't know what the heck was going on. Chat went dead. Chat went dead. I lost all my viewers. I'm like, am I having a Wi-Fi connectivity issue, or is it just people don't like me anymore? I don't know what it is, but we're trying to fix shit. Charlie, the internet and me, we don't always get along. But you and me, we always get along. Lost me again? The fuck, bro? Are we back? It looks like we're back. People are coming back. Are we back? Elijah, please tell me we're back. Okay, we got 7 people in the chat. Hopefully people are matriculating back in. I don't know what the fuck is up with my Wi-Fi of late. It's so frustrating, bros. Elijah, are we back? Or is the stream still taking a big shit? Okay, we're back. Sammy back. We back, Charlie. All right. Faithless and Elijah, if we start fucking up, please put it in the chat that we're fucking up, or like, you know, stream, or like the beach ball of death thing or whatever, because YouTube be YouTubing again. So yeah, let me show y'all my new locks. Let me be like. All right, so I don't know if y'all saw, but we got the Brady safe key is my first new lock. The shackle isn't hardened, and neither is this bottom plate, which is interesting. But it's a funky lock. It's a dual sidebar lock, so it's actually a slider sidebar system where it's got 3 sliders on one side of the key and 3 on the other. Funky looking lock. Haven't picked it yet. Haven't done any like testing out yet, and will not be testing it out tonight because I have no idea what the heck's going on in here. But there's one of these in my in the annual picking challenge at my Lock Sport Club, along with a 2-bar, which is the... Yeah, that's a good idea, Faithless. But like my router is right there. Literally, it's 3 feet away from me. And look, now we're back to the fuckery. Now I'm down to 4 people again. Like, I need to call Spectrum and I need to call my Wi-Fi provider and be like, yo, you guys are selling me shitty products. And you charge me too much money for the shit you sell me. And shitification is a big problem in this world. Regardless, we move. Now, let me show y'all. So the Brady's, number 1, also got these 2 Master 930s. Don't care. They're not that interesting. They're not that good. Now we get into the truly funky and rare shit. Welcome to America. Been here my whole life. Love it. Yeah, well, I wish I had a wife provider, but no, my Wi-Fi provider. All right, up next. from England land, this beautiful Squire Stronghold SS65 CS, a monster of a lock. And to give some idea of scale, let's see, where's a common lock that everybody knows what size it is? It is indeed. I mean, there are better British locks as far as pick resistance, but as far as physical construction, Squire's Stronghold line of locks is really quite excellent. Let's see. As a point of comparison, here's an Abus 7240. Speaking of normal master locks, here's a master number 3. It's absolutely dwarfed by the Squire, and even next to the Master 19, which is bigger, but it ain't that much bigger. Yeah, this is a big honkin' lock with a big, fat, beefy shackle. And finally, for whatever reason, I don't know why, but they've started selling them at Lowe's. You can't find them in the actual stores, but you can special order them. And because they seem to be becoming more common in the United States, they're also becoming more common on eBay at not unaffordable prices. So I actually bought this lock for shipping included around $60, which is a great deal. You have a new cat feeding channel, Faithless? Send me the when you get a chance, send me the link to that one, either in Discord or in the chat somewhere, and we'll figure out a way. I'll figure out a way for my next stream to like promote it or pin it to the chat or something like that. Let me see if I can find the keys to this Fugazi Squire. Oh, I already found them. So yeah, big honkin' lock. No sprung shackle, but it operates very smoothly. It is key retaining, so the key cannot be removed without locking the thing, which is good. It's got this dust cover, or this dust weather cover on it. This is a beautiful lock. Glad I was able to find it for such an affordable price. Haven't been able to pick it yet. We might test that one out later. All right. With the Squire taken care of, let's go on to the true crown jewel that I have just added. A lock that I have been looking for quite some time now. A lock that I'm still considering setting up a group buy because I managed to find somebody who's selling 85 of these new, not used. But, meanwhile, on Facebook Marketplace, I found someone selling 6. Oh, I'm a loser. Damn it. Congratulations to Texas Rebel and Lock Saga, though. But yeah, I have 6. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, but 6 Master Lock 7053s. This is an extremely, extremely rare Master Lock that, like I said, I've been looking for quite some time. And guess what? Should turn up over the weekend on my on Facebook Marketplace, with the seller being, of all people, somebody I went to high school with. It was meant to be. So yes, I got all 6 of those 7350, all 6 of these 7053s, plus these 2 Master 930s, which do have the spools in them, thankfully, for $30. Which is great, because I almost bought 2 of the 7053s. Not 6. 2 for $75 on eBay. And I was outbid. And I'm glad in retrospect, because here we go. But yeah, as y'all can maybe see, this is a very fascinating, very rare design. by Master Lock. They use a quickset keyway, a quickset key, and you're going, wait, hold on, what's all this stuff? This, and this shackle's nice and sprung. This was Master Lock's answer, believe it or not, and I will show you the core very quickly. This was Master Lock's answer to the quickset smart key. And it's a very fascinating design. Unfortunately, because it's so similar to the quickset smart key, Master Lock was sued by Quickset and had to stop making this design, which is unfortunate because it is about as close to unpickable as a Master Lock will ever come. And the reason I say that is once we get the core out, you will find that this Master Lock core, which is user rekeyable, just like the Quickset Smart Key, that's what this little divot over here is, uses a reverse sidebar design, much like the Gen 3 and beyond Smart Keys. And just like the Gen 3 and, however, unlike the Gen 3 and beyond Smart Keys, and actually, hold on, you can see, one sec, let me show y'all the reverse sidebar falling in. There, let me do this, and then zoom. So when you insert the key fully, this blocking piece can fall in, and the core can turn. Also, what you might notice is back here, this little nub is actuated by the key tip. See how it falls in? And one thing that's very fascinating about this is, unlike the Quickset Smart Key, which stores its bitting in the actual sliders itself, and I learned this one from LPL, I'm not quite ready to gut this sucker yet, certainly not on camera, and I haven't figured out my picking strategy. You know, I have a shim, but the way, for those of you who don't know, a reverse sidebar, when we say a reverse sidebar, I mean it is spring biased towards the sliders. So when you apply torque, unlike a traditional picking attack, you're not binding the sliders, you're binding the entire core, which makes it unpickable. So the only way to pick it is to make a little curved shim, kind of like this, curve around and actually directly push in the sidebar yourself. And actually, believe it or not, y'all, that might have been the first time looking at this core where I've actually felt like I'm trying, like, that's the thing. I'm still trying to figure out where exactly on the side of this core I am supposed to tension to get that. So this is, like I said, this is still going to require a lot of practice off camera on my part before I can comfortably pick this sucker on camera. But yeah, all things being equal, I think that's a super cool find. It's a super rare lock, and to have 6 of them that all function with keys is just freaking cool, in my opinion. I will say this, and this is an observation, because Master Lock cannot do anything 100% right. That actuator down there is not a standard Master Lock Pro Series actuator. It's not made of brass as it should be. It's made of zinc, and it's a little wonky. Some of these locks don't work quite as well or as flawlessly as they should. And yeah, that can be a problem at times. Anywho, but it's an extremely interesting design. I'm extremely happy to have 6 of them now in my own possession, which means I get this. This is the nicest one, I think, that I have. So this one's going straight for a display piece to be like, look at these cool locks. But the other 5 are for me to experiment with, for me to sell to friends at discount prices, or to sell on eBay at wildly inflated prices. But either way, and I might also like send a couple of these off to friends, like not as a giveaway, but as like a here, you figure it out type situation. $1,000 each seems a little bit highway robbery, but I'm pretty sure I could charge $50 a pop and people would think that's a very reasonable price to pay for these things. But yeah, nice shackle pop too. And just very quickly, I did not get any of the rekey. Oops, sorry. I didn't get any rekey tools from the previous owner. Fortunately, despite not getting any rekey tools, did get rekey tools, because all you need to rekey this thing, you don't even need the like flat thing from Kwikset Smart Key. Literally, all you need is a paper clip. Because the way you rekey these things is, like I said, there's that thing over there. You insert your current key, unlock the lock, make sure it's properly centered, get your rekey tool, push that sucker in there like that, and hold, retract the old key, put in the new key, pull that out, and you're rekeyed to any Kwikset KW1 blank you want. When I say it's a shame that Masterlock cannot make this anymore and didn't make it for very long, I really mean it. It's a visually very attractive lock. It's a well-made lock, and unless you know how to pick a Kwikset Smart Key, which is not necessarily the easiest thing, they're purple belt for a reason. This is an unpickable lock in the field, and I just think it's so cool. And yeah, so like I said, I'm so happy to have this one and 5 others besides. So like I said, this one seems to be the one in the best condition. It's got the least amount of scuffing and wear and whatever. There might be a little bit of wear on the shackle, but no, this one's almost pristine. Not all of them are so nice. This one, yeah, exactly, Elijah. And you know me, I'm a master collector. So, like, this one's definitely seems the worst for wear, and it's even not that bad condition. It just is the worst of the ones that I got. So this one might become my, like, experiment with it lock. So just, you know, this will be the one that, like, tests out picking theory or whatever. But yeah, a lot of them are in good condition. Like this one, I'd say is probably the second best condition. It does have some scuffing and like signs of wear on the bottom, but overall it's very nice. Same with this one. Like I said, you're gonna see these become progressively more scuffed and used, but like this is the worst one by far because it's got the most like actual like gouges into the steel. Like I said, this one a little more scuffing, you know, maybe a little bit of like surface level rust, but I think I could get rid of that with some Barkeeper's Friends. And then I say this one's probably the second worst. I say, see, once again, you have a little bit of surface level rust, but they're in, like I said, all things being equal, they're in extremely good condition, and I'm very happy to have that picked up. But it still remains to be seen, because like I said, Elijah, I found a lock source online that had 85 of these 7053s, not used, but brand new in box, and all of them are keyed differently. So, you know, so I did put in the Lady Locks Discord, you know, potential live stream opportunity, and So, like I said, remains to be seen. Whether I go through with that particular group buy, because I feel like I've got sufficient amounts of 7053s for experimentation and everything. But like, yeah, but like I certainly did offer to do a group buy, and I think it might be like it might be somewhat disingenuous, or like, kind of a welching on a promise if I started setting up the group buy and then be like, guess what? Group buy's canceled because, daddy got taken care of, and that's all that matters to me, bitches. So yeah, like I said, it remains to be seen what happens with that group buy. I'm kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. I might send a message to all the people who've expressed interest. So like, I know it's Dig, Paracentric, I think Lady Locks, a couple others. Faithless, don't worry. When I'm finished with the spiel, I will get to your question. Don't worry about it. So yeah, it remains to be seen if I actually go through with the group buy. Because like I said, a part of me wants to do it just to keep my promise and like go through it. And also to get some new ones and the rekey tool. But, at the same time, I got mine. So, and group buys are never easy because you have to communicate with people. You got to get shipping sorted out. It's a lot of work. So, yeah, I'll see what people want to do vis-a-vis that, and we'll go from there. But yeah, Faithless. So as far as streaming goes and hesitancy, I will say this: before I did my first live stream, I was definitely. And hold on one second. We're schmoozing right now. It's after midnight. I'm gonna put the camera on me. I'm gonna get my dab all set up because we're schmoozing, waiting for this lunar totality thing at 3 a.m. But yeah, so prior to actually doing, almost stuck this screwdriver right up my ass. That would have been bad. Prior to doing the live streaming, I was uploading videos, long format of feeding the cats. For a solid year, I would say. And I actually did my first live stream as like a Christmas special a long time ago. But by a long time ago, I mean probably about 2 years ago. Exactly, Elijah. And I mean, look, the group buy wouldn't... the thing is that am I prepared to do all the like rigmarole to get the group buy sorted out? But yeah, going back to Faithless's question. Hold on, I'm talking too much and drinking too little. Who took a fat shit? Who's the culprit? All right, it's not Emily and it's not Charlie. Who is the patient zero of this stinky, stinky shit? Baby Blue, was it you? Baby Blue. It might have been Baby Blue. Who knows? Remains to be seen, but somebody took a fat, stinky shit. Nah, Charlie's... No, the funny thing is I bet it's Ben. No, you know who? Actually, it's probably Baby Blue. I'm not gonna lie. Baby Blue, for whatever reason, has the stinkiest shit. It's like... Robert UI6BJ is very hungry for steak. I'm very hungry to eat some pussy, but, we can't always get what we want. But... that out-of-pocket joke regardless. But yeah, I will say, so yeah, Faithless, I mean, one thing I'll say is, as far as growing subscribers and stuff, live streaming is better than making videos. I gain unless you have a video that goes viral and gains you lots, My pussy's not free, but my bussy is not free either. But yeah. So, so you will, as long as you don't get into, like, every now, like, I mean, here's the thing. Every now and then I can't resist. Oh, that's pretty decent. Yeah, every now and then I can't resist, dipping my toes into discussing, like, current events and politics, and I guarantee you will get more viewers that way, but you will not get more subscribers that actually care about what you have to offer. So, when you're starting out, just focus on the cats, talk about the cats, talk about yourself and how you got into the, make people, you don't have to, actually, not even make people, convince people, I would say, to care about you. Whatever that may mean. Because, I mean, all of us cat feeders here are doing something altruistic and for the betterment of homeless animals and our society in general. I have two, Robert. Pete Bolo, you got me. But what a sad existence it must be. I'm gonna go through live streams and call people a libtard. Wow. Like, it must suck to live under a rock that bad. Could not be me. But yeah, like, that's the thing. We're doing stuff that's altruistic. So yes, you are gonna get, like, I mean, look, Faithless, you've been subscribed to me and you've been in my streams long enough. You're gonna get the occasional asshole who's gonna make, like, I'm sure cats would go great with the sweet and sour sauce bullshit type stuff. And you do, like, that's the thing. You get a kick-ass mod like Elijah who will just snipe that when it starts happening. And then, but by and large, you just focus on the cats when you're starting out. And then you can expand to other stuff if you want to. But also know that if you focus only on the cats, you'll probably grow faster. Because, like, I've had multiple people tell me, you should make this just a cats channel and do a separate lock-picking channel. Or do a separate urban exploring channel. Or this, that, and the other. And I'm kind of like, no. I know that's what the YouTube algorithm wants me to do, but I'm literally willing to grow slower if that means I can force the algorithm to my will and be like, look, I'm not just cat feeding. I'm not just lock picking. I'm not just urban exploring. I am a real human being, and like most human beings, I'll use one of my favorite Emerson quotes, I contain multitudes. I'm not just one thing. So I refuse personally to pigeonhole my channel into, this is David the Catman, or this is David the Lock-Picking Meower, or this is David the Urban Explorer. But at the same time, I don't want to make 3 different channels for that, So yes, Frankie Norbert Steiner, I agree with you. It's a shame that voter turnout is as low as it is. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Faithless. You might get a lot of traction with talking about, oh my God, Subaru oil starvation issues. Speaking of which, Faithless, you weren't in the stream because it was like like I said, I even called it an abortion of a stream because I didn't mean to hit the go live button, but I did while I was driving towards the end of my work when I was setting up this stream. And time out on the field. Cheers, everyone. Dab time. Yeah, I drove by a beautiful, 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 like really good condition, which is hard to find. I believe it was an '04 Subaru WRX STI, and spooky shit, spooky faithless. No, it was an '04 Subaru WRX STI in really good condition. Like not riced, like it wasn't stock. It had some modifications, but it wasn't like overly riced out. It didn't have the like camber car bullshit. No, it was just. Sorry, pardon the scratch. You know, it just looked so like it was taken care of, and I got to tell you. As a car nerd who's in my 30s and who kind of came of age. Yeah, what's up, Laser Guidance 7180? What's up, Star Smoth? I can very easily believe the rod knock issue. That is not unheard of with Zubies. But yeah. But yeah, I pulled alongside an absolutely beautiful, and I think, in my opinion, I think '04 was the prettiest year for for that generation of WRX, because it's before they went with the Subaru, the B9 Tribeca face, the like. Look, y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all Subaru heads know exactly what I'm talking about. This was after the bug eye years, because the bug eye WRX STI, if there was a WRX STI during the bug eye years, it definitely never came to America. But what was it? It was bug eye, and I can't remember what the middle one, and then there was cat eye, I think. I'm not a huge, but yeah. But as somebody in my mid 30s who came of age with those cars, it's so nice, because it's increasingly rare to see them. But yeah, it's so nice to see the early naughties, the STIs, the Evos, like when they're still in good condition and haven't been like, you know, ragged on and just riced out and camera card and all that malarkey. It's nice to see. It's nice to see. So yeah, when I pulled alongside that dude, I was like, nice car. Oh yeah. One of my personal like kind of, if I had all the money and all the oh my god, many large chats. Magna Rally Esport. Yeah, no, we don't have Magnas. I don't know if that story's true or not, Star Smoth, but that's hilarious. Hello, Mr. J91. Oh, it's two cars. STI is a Subaru, Evo is a Mitsubishi. Do I like F1? Absolutely. It's very cool. Oh, that's a good one, Derek. I like that. That's actually one of the better forehead jokes I've heard in a while, because I don't get forehead jokes usually. I get nose jokes. But that's all good. That is stupid as fuck, Star Small. If that's real, that's stupid as shit. So, I don't know why, but I know exactly why, because it's spring. But I'm getting to the point in my life where I'm like, there is just too much cat hair around my nose parts. Whatever. Fuck it. But yeah, no, Derek, it's not a 4-head, it's a 5-head. Don't get it twisted. Speaking of don't get it twisted. Benny. Oh no, I'm not actually allergic to cats. It's cat hair literally in my nose. If I were allergic to cats, I'd have a problem because there's 3 cats in this apartment. 3, definitely 3. But yeah, Mr. J91, aside from BSing and picking locks and smoking weed and doing all sorts of bullshit like that, the primary thing of this channel is exactly 3 on the lease. The primary point of this channel is to do cat rescue. As a matter of fact, Ben was one of my first rescues. All right, it's Bennyception for me and Faithless. Yeah, Ben was one of my first rescues. I rescued him in when was it, Benny? Was it December of 2021 that you came off the streets? To be honest with you, Mr. J91, I have not picked a single lock yet. I'm just talking about my new lock days because over the weekend I did pick up some super cool locks. Like this Brady safe key with this funky looking key. Have I picked this one yet? No. Do I have a picking? Yeah, exactly. What Faithless said. And then we were schmoozing about how I picked up one of the rarest, most hard to pick master locks ever made, the 7053. And I picked up not only one, but I picked up 6 of them. Elijah wants me to pick the Squire I just picked up wherever the hell I put that one, which is amazing because it's such a large lock. I should... Yeah. All right. Elijah and Faithless want me to pick this monster Squire. And when I say monster, here's a master lock number 3, which is a very common lock in the world. However, I need... Yeah, so Squire is a British lock manufacturer. They make a lot of locks, but this thing is just massive. All right. Yeah, this thing is built. Like, you know, if you've been in a work environment where they do lockout tagouts, you've probably seen the American 1100. This is a former Love Lock, obviously, because G loves I and I love lock. But yeah, it dwarfs the 1100. Like you can barely see the top of the shackle peeking out there, and you can literally hide that like that. Bye! 1100's like, I'm so scared. Don't talk her. Yeah. Excuse me. All right, I will pick the Squire, but I need to warm up to it. I can't start with the Squire. Also, it's got it has a really nicely executed Yale keyway. Excuse me. Yeah, there is a lockout label on the stand. I might have stolen that idea from Georgia Jim, but look at that reverse Yale keyway. It is really well executed. What's up, Keybeard? I was showing up. It's new lock day for me, so I'm showing off. I got this beautiful SS65 CS over the weekend, along with this Brady safe key too, which is less cool, but it is pretty. I like this color green. So when I say well executed, so first off, let's discuss what I mean when I say the Yale keyway. Is I'm speaking specifically of Yale's paracentric keyway, they call it. It's also called the Y1, and that looks like this. And the reason it's paracentric is because you can't, and paracentric means it's just not straight. I'm not sure, Keybeard. I bought this one on eBay, but I think it is the largest one you can order on Lowe's, unless they offer the SS80. I know they don't offer the SS100. Yeah, but it's funny. Yeah. But yeah, so when I say it's paracentric, let me just grab a lockpick. It's impossible to it crosses over itself, so you cannot stick a piece of metal in straight through. Now this is the original Yale Y1 keyway on an Abus 83, and that's what the standard Yale paracentric keyway would look like. When I say this is really well executed, I mean, first off, it's a reverse. When I say it's a reverse Yale, it's literally a mirror image. But as you can see, it's also just it's not just paracentric, it's very paracentric. The warding, here and here and here go out just a bit further than this would. And just everything about it is just a little bit narrower than this. And that's just an added degree of difficulty with picking this lock. Hello, Braden E420. Blaze it, I'm high, dude. You should know how difficult it can be to speak English sometimes when you're stoned. Also, for the record, I'm multilingual, so sometimes I get my languages screwed up. Also, it's ableist to do so fuck you. So yeah, I did watch. So Keybeard, I watched the LPL episode where he picked this. First off, he said his version had only 2 security pins, 2 spool pins, and that's it. But yeah, I do think we're going off first shelf on the left and using bottom of the keyway because that whole bottom's not going to be useful anyways. I think that's going to be the strategy. But let me warm up first on some easy shit so I can punk. Let me punk Master Lock for a sec, y'all. And then we'll move on to, like, good locks. And we're not punking this Master Lock. Oh, so yeah, Keybeard, in addition to the Squire and the Brady, I managed to get... I haven't even picked this one. I only got it like a few days ago, so I haven't really tried to pick it yet. But yeah, in addition, Keybeard, I picked up 6 of these super, super rare. These are the Master Lock 7053. Yes, it's a quickset keyway, and that's because this was Master Lock's version of the quickset smart key. So it's actually a reverse sidebar, and I picked up 6 of them. And because it's a Pro Series body, it's guttable. So, like, hold on. There's a Phillips screw down there. You can take the core out and, like, look at it. So, yeah, I have not figured out what my picking strategy is. I'm assuming it's smart key, but I have not, like, sat down either with smart key, really. So, I need to, like, figure this whole thing out. But, yeah, I got 6 of them motherfuckers. Sorry, that's 5. There's 6. Plus these 2 Master 930s, all for 30 bucks. So on Lady Locks' channel, I was considering, because I found a distributor that actually had 85 of these new in box keyed differently, and I was thinking about getting a group buy together for them. We'll see where that goes, because it's going to be a lot of effort. And like I said, I got mine, so like I hope you get your. I can kind of do the like I got mine, I hope you get yours. Oh, it's not a Gen 1. It's a Gen 3. It's a reverse sidebar. So you do have to make a shim, but it actually gives you like, if you push this core over a little bit, there's actually quite a lot of space. But actually, let me show you something, Keybeard, before we get into like actual like picking of locks. Now we're just bullshitting, and everyone who wants to see me actually opens locks is like, shut the fuck up and pick locks. But no, it's my channel. I do what I want. But it's Gen 3, but it's not Gen 3. Hold on, let me show you. Because, sorry. Everybody who doesn't know about lock picking, about locks, like internals, talk among yourselves for a second. This is for the super lock nerds. Because Jay, knowledge is for sharing, and I have knowledge to share. So yeah, like I said, because it's Pro Series, it's you can pop the core out, which is a really nice touch. So, but yeah, the difference between this and the Smart Key Gen 3 is that, first off, and let me turn let me turn the light on really quickly. I don't know if you can see. Let me hold it. Let me do the thing where I hold it further away and zoom in. I don't know if you can see there, but it doesn't have the Smart Key type finger pins. That's literally just brass wafers in there. And unlike the Smart Key, the bitting isn't in the actual sliders or wafers. The bitting is stored in the sidebar, which you can't see because this is a little clip that holds it in place. But there's a little, let me see if I can turn it so it's semi-visible. So the bitting is stored in the sidebar, and actually, because of that, you get this massive sidebar, which you can't fully see, but it's not like this is like essentially the sidebar starts there and continues until about there. Like it is a that's because the bitting is stored in the sidebar, kind of like you would be in an acetwin, having an acetwin. Yeah. Also, Jay, we're talking, you know, on a nerd level so far above like the turd burglars. They wouldn't even understand this, mostly because they'd be too strung out on meth to understand this. But you know, and yeah, like what Memer says. Lockpicking in your own house, very, very legal in every state in the Union. But anyways, let me put this back together. Yeah, I think it's very cool because it's the Smart Key, but it isn't the Smart Key. It's kind of got its own thing going on that's kind of cool. So yeah, I might end up, this is the one that I have that's in the worst condition. Like you can see, it's got a fair bit of like scuffs and shit on it. And I might end up sacrificing the core in that one to the cause because YOLO, to be honest with you. And because like I need to figure out my picking strategy with this. But yeah, so yeah, Keybird, like I say, I do have 4 more that maybe I can be convinced to part with. But also, I was thinking about getting a group buy together. So if you're now interested, I might continue with the group buy. Because like I said, I found a distributor in the San Diego area that actually has 85 of them, not used and in questionable condition, but brand new in box, keyed differently with the original Master Lock branded keys rather than like whatever I have lying around here. Yeah, so I might get that group buy together all the same because this distributor in San Diego has 85 of them, which I'll take like 10 or whatever for myself so I can resell them. and like I'll keep one new one and then resell the rest, and then like, but like that still leaves 75 locks that I'm willing to like run point on. Maybe we'll see. I got shit to do in life. He said, capping so hard. All right, let's start with the 83 with the Yale Keyway before we get into like, good locks. Oh, not that this is a bad lock, but let's keep it a stack. That Squire is definitely a cut above this Yale or this Abus 83. Speaking of which, somebody really didn't like this 83, found lock. It did have the core in it when I found it, but like, yeah, somebody really, really, really wanted to get into this lock without the key. So the price that I was quoted, Keybeard, was around $16 a lock. So 10 would be 160, give or take. Between 160 and 170 bucks plus shipping. Honestly, not a terrible price for a brand new Pro Series locks. You know that they go for about 25, 26 for just the ones with the standard Pro Series core at Lowe's. For like a 7040. Okay, who's dropping a deuce? Charlie's dropping a deuce. Yeah. So what? Nah, Ben's still exactly where we left him. Sleeping on the sofa. Chilling. Charlie is maintaining his beans. Remember, folks, bean maintenance is very important. All right. I still haven't touched anything over here, by the way. Oh, Keybeard. Hold on. Let me... All right. I am going to lose tension. Actually, it held in place. I have 3. 3. But I do cat rescue, so, I have a lot of cats come in and out of the apartment. What's up, Christopher? So yeah, actually, Charlie was rescued about, I don't know, about a month ago now. Late January, early February, give or take, I'd say. And he's doing exceptionally well. But I'm trying to convince my parents to adopt him because they have a cat. And he gets bored and lonely. And so he needs a friend. But my dad is being very adamant that he wants to remain in a one-cat household. So... Hey, see, where are you going? So I think Charlie's going to be probably up for adoption pretty soon. But hey, he's doing awfully well, and who knows? Maybe I don't know. I really enjoy spending time with Charlie. I'm not gonna lie. I wonder if I can get my. I wonder if I can ship them to Denver and give them to my brother and his wife. I yeah, I agree with all of the above statements. My parents though are senior citizens, and my dad is addicted to traveling, so he wants to travel more, and he kind of feels constrained by having cats in the house. It's a bullshit excuse though. And my mom really needs a cat like Charlie, so I'm going, like, don't worry, I have not given up on trying to full court press my parents to adopt Charlie. Um, but that I also recognize it could, you know, who knows? Whoever he goes to is gonna love him because he's such a good cat. Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing, Faithless. It's not like they're gonna be alone when my parents go out of town. Guess who goes and visits the cats at their house? Me. They live in Los Angeles. You know, on Friday when I didn't have a stream, guess where I went? To visit my parents' cat because they were out of town. I mean, look, I don't want to, put my family business too much on the internet, but look, Faithless, bluntly speaking, my dad is Israeli, and I, as I've vocalized, have been very not okay with the actions of the state of Israel over the past few years. So if we do end so my dad might disown me just because I've said that Israel probably shouldn't be killing so many innocent Palestinians. And now I might add innocent Iranians too, but that's besides the point. We're not going to talk politics too much. But yeah, um, my dad's become increasingly a single issue voter, and it's like, I'm like, this is really the hill you want to die on? Yeah, and Lebanese. And Syrian. And like, that's the thing. And here's the thing. I'm not even an anti-Zionist. Like, I know my dad, like, one big difference between my dad and myself is that I don't see anti-Zionism as inherently anti-Semitism. Now, do I think that there's some anti-Zionists who say and do anti-Semitic things? Yes, absolutely. But that's what it is. Will Mac, I listen to my dad about a lot of things, but there is absolutely no excuse for Israel to kill 60,000 innocent Palestinians. That's just atrocious. And though I remain a cautious Zionist, and I still have my Israeli passport, and I am still a citizen of Israel, as well as a citizen of this fine country. It's part of being in a free country, which both America and Israel claim to be. Is that you can disagree with the actions of your government without being called a traitor or being silenced or having your speech suppressed. And when I tell you that I do not agree with the actions of the current Israeli government, I am understating that extremely. I'll be the first one to admit if an Iranian drone hit Bibi Netanyahu tomorrow, or actually right now, I would celebrate. And not because I want to see Israel fall, but because I think Bibi and people like him are bringing the downfall of the state of Israel by their own malfeasance, by their own desire to do a Lebensstrom in Palestine, which is fucked. But now, we're off politics and back to me struggling with this ABIS. Y'all, if I can't pick this ABIS in an efficient manner, I do not stand a very good chance against the Squire. I'm just saying. Oh, Jimmy Long's low gem. Not the... Not my favorite profile, but I'm trying to, like, force myself to use... Yeah, that would be Emily Faithless. See, here's the thing. The good thing about Emily is that she's very dainty. So she actually does a pretty decent job of covering her turds. Come on, boop! There she goes in the background. I really like Jimmy Long's, personally. I really want to get his 50,000s, or not, sorry, his 15,000 picks, so I can do more, like, power-centric keyway stuff. I do have the gems in 15,000. This is 19. But, I'd like to get the, like, flat and round hooks in 15,000 also. Yeah, sorry. So there, yeah, this thing's pinned like any standard 83. This one has 5 pins, not 6. So it's going to be standard / lightly serrated in one, and then all spools behind that. So what I'm trying to do right now is to force set 1 to drop into a false set. And it ain't really working for me, because I think it's a side effect of the fact that this bidding's actually pretty high. Sorry, it's a hand cut key, so it's a little wonky looking. But, like, I think a lot of the spools might be in the fat part. Also, for what it's worth, and you can kind of tell based on all these numberings and stuff, this 83 has seen some shit. It has not seen as much shit as where did I put that piece of shit that I found? I don't know. Bruh. Oh, here it is. God, I'm blind as a bat. This 83, like, this 83 has seen some shit. Yeah, these 83s are very popular, especially with like large companies and city utilities, because you can get them in almost any keyway in the world. They're compatible with key and knob cylinders too, and they're a decent lock. They're not very expensive. Like, there's a lot to like about the Abus 83. There's a reason I use one in my own personal life, not for a high security application, but all right. Actually, I seem to remember liking top of the QA better for this one. No, these have ball bearing locking mechanisms, so you cannot, they're not vulnerable to friendly fire, thankfully. Baby Blue! Hey, Baby Blue! No, I was an honor student. Baby Blue! I overset something. No, I'm the lock-picking meower. I'm not a lawyer, I'm a meower. Meow! No, the beer can won't work. This isn't a proven lock. Oh man, Stinson, why'd you snitch though? You know snitches get stitches and wind up in dishes. Alright, hold on. Let me unfuck myself because I'm sitting somewhere. I'm sitting in a very uncomfortable manner. Alright. Hold on. If so many subscribers are depending on this, I need my favorite pick. Yeah, that's why I took a break there, Stinson, because I'm like, I'm not feeling this lock. I'm trying too hard. It's an Avis 83, David. It's orange belt. Yeah, but see, raking's not fun. That's the thing. Also, this has pretty good security pins, so... All right, hold on one second. No, but like this is the thing. I'm not feeling it right now. Like I'm trying too hard for the lock. All right, Keybeard, thanks for stopping by, man. I think you're probably right. You know what? Hold on. I'm getting too stressed out with this. 7240 therapy session. I was getting too stressed out with that 83. I needed to do a different lock. The actual pickers are like, wait, you were struggling that much with an orange belt lock and you just... You just chewed through the green belt lock like it was nothing, and now you're about to chew through another one like it's also nothing. Shows the difference between a lock you haven't touched in a long time and a lock you pick regularly. You know what? That's a good idea, Demond. Maybe I'm trying too hard. This is just an Abus 83. I can pick it in hand. I finally got my false set. Nothing to it, folks. Ain't nobody gonna tell me how to pick. Fuck you, Kid Rock. Do we find out that I'm just better at picking these low skill level locks in hand? Here we go. Master lock time. Punk. Everybody likes to punk master lock. Let's do it. Thank you guys for the subs. Oops, I thought I had that one. No sprung shackle on these 930s. Kind of sucks. Okay, we got a bunch of locks picked. Baby Blue is satisfied. Sorry, Mountain Dew Baja Blast is also satisfied. We need a Baby Blue break. We got MD. Oh, Boop. There's not just one cat. There's Boops all over the place. There's Baby Blue. Ooh, extra zoom in. There's Benny. There's Emily. There's some other cats, but we don't know where they are at the moment. You got selections on cat theft. Oh, Baby Blue. I think I'm gonna see if I can maybe get albuterol or something like that for Baby Blue. I think he's having some we got him cured of his big issues, but I think he has some like seasonal allergy related stuff. Also, I didn't even notice, but Charlie's still here. Big C. Big C. Behold, the real lockpicking meowers upside your head. Charlie Cam. That's just great footage right there. Not 100% sure, Boop, but probably about 6 or 7. I rescued him off the street about a month ago. That's actually the primary thing on this channel. Is aside from lockpicking, we rescue kitties. Oopa. No, Jason Vargas, but you know what you can't eat? This dick. Nope. Here, this is Jason here for you. Oh, this isn't a question about your sexuality. This is a question about me dominating your bitch ass. Come on a cat rescue channel and talk about eating a cat and think you're going to be treated with kindness or any sort of diplomacy. Wrong. Fuck you. All right. One thing we're doing, okay, we're finally sizing up this monster Squire, which does have to be in the vise because it's heavy, dudes. But also, I'm taking the dust cover off because it's really annoying to try and hold this piece of rubber in place. All right. Even without the hoodie, it still is just a beefy bit of lock. Although one thing I find weird, because they clearly want the hoodie to stay on at all times, they decided not to plug this hole up. And like, it's not like an accident, because I've actually seen in like Squire's advertising material that they don't plug this in some of their other locks either. Like I saw an ad for the SS100, and it was also this hole was exposed, which is weird, in my opinion. I might actually make at some point like a little plug that I can press fit in there, because I see no reason not to have that thing sealed up. Anyways. All right, let's see what the strategy that we want to apply here is. I think Keybeard was correct that we're picking off that ledge right there. Say rake it. We'll give it a shot, but I don't think it's going to work. This thing's got pretty good tolerances, and the bitting is... maybe you can rake it. We'll give it a shot. The thing is that the keyway is really power-centric. All right, we'll try a 5-peak. Oh, yeah, I saw that on the chat, Elijah. Congratulations. You're just knocking out awesome shit, dude. That's dope. Yeah, but Greg, have you seen this which lock I'm working on? This ain't no bitch-made lock. Man, Boop, you okay? Oh, holy shit, Elijah. Like I said, you are just... Honestly, Greg, it's a really fun hobby, and uh, it helped me quit smoking, or it helped me get over vaping. And I've been a nicotine addict since I was 15 years old. You know, if you like puzzles, and if you dig the Rubik's cube, you must like puzzles. You know, this is like a puzzle for naughty boys and girls and non-binaries too, obviously. But yeah, it is. Trust me when I say if I can do it, you can do it too. Well, I mean, of course you've been considered naughty. You've got raw in and the area code for New York City in in your username. There's a lot of naughtiness inherent there. All right, I don't like this tensioner. It's flopping around too much. I want my 40,000 tensioner from the Reaper, but I only have one and it's downstairs in my car. Excuse me. Sorry. I don't know, Boop. That's a question between you and whoever you look to as your god. No, I did not use the clear locks at all. I got the Sparrows like starter kit because when I first started picking locks, Covert Instruments, lock picking lawyers company, um, didn't exist yet. So I mean, not that I've been picking for that long, but like when I started picking, it was in at least in the United States, it was Sparrows or Peterson, and Peterson was expensive, and Ken has a reputation for being an asshole, a reputation he's earned. Well, Boop, the way it happens is I make myself is I just disappear again, zap like an android, face the facts, I fly planets every day. My nuclear strength is now returned again. My 7XL is not yet invented. I forgot my lights on a timer. Hold on, folks. 1 second, please. Yeah. Lights out tonight, trouble in the heartland. Got a head-on collision, crashing in my guts, man. Caught in a crossfire that I don't understand. Well, there's one thing I know for sure, girl, I don't give a damn. For the same old played out scheme, girl, I don't give a damn. For just the in-betweens. Honey, I want the heart, I want the soul, I want control right now. All right, now I'm in a Bruce Springsteen tear all of a sudden. Okay, it is what it is. Hate the player, but you can't hate the fucking boss. I wonder if Boop actually accidentally went to the beginning of my live, because at the beginning of my live, I was actually feeding homeless cats. But, now we're home feeding, now we're home with the no longer homeless cats. Yo, this fucking... Well, Greg, it's funny you should mention that because here's the thing. Everyone will tell you those clear locks don't teach you lock picking because they don't perform like a lock. Because like you can learn on things like this, which is a cutaway, which will kind of hold on, this is gonna be a very hard thing to show. It's a very weird angle for me to be picking at. I don't even know where on the keyway my pick is. But you can kind of see, you know, what your pick is doing. That one's actually set. Loose. I can't tell y'all how weird of an angle this is to pick locks at. Especially handheld. All right, give me 1 second. I need to set one. Yo, this is the weirdest angle I've ever picked a lock at in my life. I cannot. I cannot tell y'all how bizarre this feels. No, no, I don't. No hate on anybody who does, but that shit ain't for me. All right. Yeah. But the great thing about cutaways is that when you're done with them, you just do that. You just cover up the cutaway and pick as regular lock. But yeah, I thought, just wanted to show you, like, cutaways are better than clear locks because at least they behave slightly more like locks. And then when you've kind of figured out the movements that you want to do, then you can just cover the cutaway. Or, I mean, look, this is just this is the covert instruments cutaway, but this is a lock that's no longer made. It's a pack lock, 900A, but like, the Master 930 is not a difficult lock to pick. This is a lock that's difficult not to pick. Like, the more you pick locks, the more you realize that most locks kind of suck. Like, the biggest donkey balls. Indeed. If you want the finest example of security theater, though, you just need to go to your local airport and check out the local TSA or equivalent agency in your country. That truly is Security Broadway. Well, TSA is a little. I mean, Greg, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you roughly? And this is 30. All right, so you're about my age. I'm 33. Do you vaguely remember who was doing airport security prior to 9/11 by any chance? Because before 9/11, yeah, there was no TSA. There was private security companies. One of the big ones was a company called Argent-Bright. Nickname Aren't Too Bright. Yeah. Yeah. They had a bunch of private security companies. Argent-Bright was one of them. So each airport would have a contract. These were basically rent-a-cops. Real, the most intelligent people of society. And then, and I distinctly remember this because my mother was a lawyer for the NLRB, which is an agency that won't exist for very much longer. But she had a lot of cases against Argent-Bright. They had big-time union issues. But then, come 9/11, they turned all these bullshit private security company rent-a-cops into federal fucking agents. Overnight. You know? And that's crazy. You know, there's not saying that there's not saying oh, what's up? I'm annoying. Yeah, not saying that there's parallels in the present day, but it turns out that when you either create or rapidly expand a federal agency and lower slash remove hiring standards, you fill you fill your ranks with the incompetent or the barely competent or the malignant. Either way, yikes. And like I said, not saying that that's actually happening in present day, but I will say, and quote Saweetie on this one, and what's my favorite word? Icy. Bitch! Yeah. Well, Mark is like, yes, I got rejected from every single police force I applied to. Finally! Besides, everyone who's applying to be an ICE right now, just keep it a stack. You just want to beat up brown people. Not that and I don't support that, but you should be honest. You know, just, say it with your full chest. That's all I'm saying. Nah, William, this is a really nice lock. I don't want to rake it. Am I the lock-picking lawyer? No, I'm the lock-picking meower. We have cats. And I show my face unlike LPL. For better or for worse. Also, like, this ain't about raking. We're single pin picking here tonight. Also, like I said, I just... Oops. Excuse me. I just got this Squire over the weekend, and it's really nice. But I'm still figuring out like what my picking strategy is, or like which pick I want to use. It's got a really well executed reverse scale keyway. You can see it's really nicely paracentric there. And so I'm trying to figure out whether I want to use bottom of the keyway and like a very nimble pick like this, which is kind of my preferred picking strategy, generally speaking, or if I want to do more of like a top of the keyway situation like this, maybe with a little bit of like a... I mean, this is the double McTickler's got too many points and pokies, but like, something a little bit of a steeper hook. to kind of reach through the warding rather than like maneuver around it. So maybe I'll try this 15 thou medium hook. What pins? I haven't gutted it yet. So I'm not 100% sure what's in my model, but I did watch LPL's video of him picking his, and his had all stainless steel pins, 2 spools, and the rest were standard. And LPL, as a matter of fact, did point out that the big difficulty with picking it, at least with the standard core, was not the security pins. It was the keyway and just good tolerances. But he also said that it wasn't that hard to pick, which makes it annoying that I'm struggling. But he's a better picker than me. I'll be the first one to admit that. You know, the funny thing is, Ghost Eric Sanders, is I actually, at this point, once you, like, master spools, you actually want to see spools, and, like, it's the standard pins that are driving me insane at this point. Because, like, once I fall into that false set, I know where I'm good at controlling counter rotation and stuff like that. That's all good. That's the kind of tism we approve of, Greg. Also, in other news, folks, a little over 1 more hour until totality of the blood moon or whatever. We're waiting for the lunar eclipse. Hello, Michi Boop. Was that core movement or was that... Oh, that was my tensioner slip. Fuck! Alright, I actually don't... This way? No, that's not working. What a... Okay, what? No. 40,000? That's 50,000. That's 40,000. I mean, don't worry, Greg. Even if I open this, we're gonna keep going at least until the blood moon o'clock. Okay, 40,000 works. But yeah, this one I'm. No, Brock. I've been picking for about 3-4 years now, but This is a brand new lock, and I'm still in the process of figuring out what makes it tick. So yes, you can absolutely feel, but like your sense of feel becomes better, and you know like what to feel for. Some locks are more talkative than others, as a manner of speaking. What the fuck is this Dwayne B guy saying? Hold on, wait. Yeah, well, guys like you are guys that goes to jail because you get F censor. You can't even say the word fuck. Fucking shit, man. Lame. Caught for breaking and entering. Incorrectamundo, sir. L take. Exactly. Not only that, in my state is an intent state, so not only is lockpicking not illegal, you can carry picks just whenever. Like I can carry my picks whenever I want. Now, if I start using those picks on somebody else's property, yes, now I am breaking and entering. But guess what? Wouldn't do that. Because I'm trying to not go to jail. My rule of thumb is if you can't get into some place by just walking in, then you probably shouldn't be there. I mean, Greg, I got a bigger question. Imagine being so pathetic that what you spend your time doing at, I don't know what time it is wherever you are, but it's 5 to 2 in the morning here in Los Angeles. Imagine being so pathetic that at 2 in the morning you're just going around on YouTube just hating on people's live streams. Like, wow. That's pathetic. Like, if you got that much hate in your heart, not for nothing, like, I don't, like, go to sleep. Sleep it off, touch grass. Or, like, I don't know, considering the society we live in, do like any other well adjusted individual, go in the bathroom with some pornography and beat it off. Like, channel your hate into rubbing one out. I don't know. And then go to sleep. Well, my theory, Smash Broseph, is that a lot of people who act as trolls are jack-offs, so they might as well get told to go jack off. Speaking of which, DeMarcus, go jack off. Oh shit, 12! Duck! Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I have like 3 different settings for the trolls and the rage baiters. Number 1, I troll them back. Number 2, I tell them to get to eat shit. And number 3, I just ignore it fully. Really depends on how I'm feeling about it, and also like what's going on in the chat. Like if we're having a serious discussion about something, then I'm gonna tell them to eat shit and then block them. But yeah, if we're just like right now, where we're just BSing. Honestly, John, I have no idea because I have no idea what my strategy is going to be with this lock. I'm thinking when we're not picking, I'm going to work on it more because like I have yet to pick it on or off camera. I just got this massive honking freaking Squire Stronghold. So yeah, still working out my picking strategy for this one. Yeah, it's a pretty boy. It's also just supreme, like, because it's freaking huge, it's heavy. So, like, all right, so full disclosure, I found this is the SS 65 CS. I also got a really good deal. I bought an SS 50, not CS, just the regular SS 50 for like 20 bucks on eBay. So when that arrives, I'm going to work on that one before this one because I figure that'll be lighter and the core should be fairly identical since they're both Squires. But yeah, all right, now the hoodie is back on. We're going to put the Squire aside for now. Oh, and for everyone who's like, yeah, use the key. Here's the key. It's a beautifully made lock. Listen to the sound of the key inserting. It's just so smooth. And it's just such a beautifully made lock. Yeah. Now, this one isn't for the raking, but since everyone's asking me to do raking, okay, let's do my master lock. Oh, this actually has a completely unsprung shackle, so the pulling on the shackle or pushing down on it wouldn't really do very much. It's just, I just need to figure out my strategy for navigating the keyway. But yeah, this, as you can see, when I, like, all right, hold on. Okay, key in. The lock is unlocked now, but the, like, you can see, and if I let go, it'll fall back down. There's no spring holding it up on this one. And a lot of like locks do that because the shackle is a point, or the spring is a point of rust also. And also, I don't know why, but I seem to see it more often in locks that are key retaining. But yeah, the Squire is cool, but we're moving on away from the Squire to other locks. And yeah, absolutely. There's no such thing as an unpickable lock. There's locks that haven't been picked yet, but there's no such thing as a lock that cannot be picked. But okay, some quick rake action on this Master 3 just to make lock happy. All right, here's a Master number 3. We all know it. It's a shitty lock. Okay, we've got our turning tool in. Where's going to be our pick? We don't need a pick. It's a Master lock. Give me 1 second. Let me find my pick that isn't a pick. All right, here's another turning tool. Here we go. Yay, I just opened a master lock with no pick. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? See, the funny thing is I don't actually have a whole lot of master locks that are open to that friendly fire method. Even this master lock number 3, which is objectively a shitty lock, is not vulnerable to that, because you see these half-moon cutouts over here? That would imply that the lock has what's called a ball bearing locking mechanism. If you look in there, you'll actually see one of the ball bearings. And locks that use a ball bearing locking mechanism are not vulnerable to that friendly fire method. Now, I do have locks that are vulnerable to friendly fire, but it's too late. It's 2 in the morning. I can't be, you know, with serious ferocity. But you know what I can do with serious ferocity? Charlie. Well, thank you, Eric. I'll take that as a compliment. I've actually never done D&D, but my former roommate, uh, uh, used to do that all the time. All right, 1 hour till totality of the eclipse. I'll get back to picking in a second, but right now I'm just enjoying the Charlie love. And yeah, this guy's name's Charlie, because he's got the Kittler look to him with the little comb over going on. But as a former Orthodox Jew, I cannot name a cat Adolf or Kittler or anything like that. So Charlie Chaplin it is. So yeah, this is Charlie. Yeah, good boy, Charlie. Charlie's actually a very special cat because you may notice he's shy, but he has the TNR ear tip, and I was actually the pendejo who got him fixed. And I was the one who did the socializing for him. Oh no, I ain't about the. I'm not naming any cats after fascists, regardless of whether they're American fascists or German fascists. So You know, and for the record, for all the people who have no concept of nuance, this isn't me to say that he should have been killed. That was a horrible thing. But he was also a fascist. Two things can be true at once. And I'm very much down with smashing the fash. Okay. Alright. 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back. I want to check in, see what's going on with the moon outside, and see what my angle is to it. Because, to be honest with you, we're waiting up until the eclipse is done. But I ain't also trying to dox myself. So give me a second. Ben Cam. Hey, Charlie. Oh, Benny. All right. Thank you for stopping by, Eric. Appreciate you. Aw. Hmm. This is driving me insane. Boop. Charlie is giving you boops. Ooh, Charlie. Charlie Murphy. Hey, Benny. Hey, Charlie. Don't need to be a douche canoe. You're being kicked off the bed. Or you're being kicked off the sofa. Bye. No smacking bed. Okay, Faithless. Thanks for stopping by. Best of luck to you. Stay safe, stay dry, all of the above. Yeah. Stop by in about, yeah, I was beaten by the squire for now. Stop by in about 40 minutes when the hotel, or about 50 minutes, maybe, nah. About 50 minutes when the totality of the eclipse is, I'll be outside. But in the meantime, oh no, we don't do the water spraying at this house. But in the meantime, let's embarrass some quick sets that I found in the dumpster today. I bet. Speaking for all the people who wanted me to rake something, give me a second. Or hold on. Let's see, do that again just to make sure it wasn't a fluke. No, it wasn't. Oh, speaking of which, Greg, I saw this great video a long time ago on Instagram where, like, some cats, especially the orange ones, they're just like, oh no, this is not a punishment bottle. This is a toy. Just feed me the water. Wow, I could just keep doing this over. Now it's actually getting more difficult. Haha. By the way, this should be a hint that if you have an old quick set, protecting your house, especially if it's master keyed like this one almost certainly is, you should probably get rid of it. All right, have a good one, Boop. Thanks for stopping by. Oh yeah, smart key's significantly better. Maybe not necessarily against against uh against forced entry, but definitely against picking attacks, it's vastly superior. All right, let's try this Schlag. I found a bunch of locks today, so, or by found I mean we're thrown out in my dumpster. So. And this might be a pain in the ass because it's an unlock knob. All right, you know what? Hold on. Better. So, Greg, deadbolt, uh, knob cylinder, not that important. A difference. It's more just have a good core. The heart of the lock is what matters. And Schlage, generally speaking, is better than Quickset as far as construction, as far as pick resistance for a garden variety Schlage versus garden variety Quickset. The Schlage will probably be harder to pick. That being said, no, Deebs, definitely don't. And I would like to say right now, if you are going to pick locks, have a good time. Do not break the law. And don't say, hey, David on the internet said you could break the law. No, fuck that shit. No, it's all good, Greg. The more people participate in the chat, the better it is, because that way I have uh that way I got shit that way I got shit on the mental to talk about. I do, as a matter of fact, bear blasting. There's no tool chapter in LA, but there is a lock picking meetup every month in Burbank that I go to. There's some cool people there, some very good pickers. Oh, I knew what he was talking about because Tool with 3 O's, Greg, is the open organization of lockpickers, and it's like an international nonprofit that promotes lockpicking. But yes, but because autocorrect be autocorrecting, it went to the correct pronunciation or spelling of Tool, and why can't we just admit it that they're really good? Vicarious. Wait, why am I singing stuff from 10,000 Days, David? You could have gone from fucking Anima or Lateralis. Those were the really good albums. No, but Vicarious is a banger. Come on. That and The Pot, probably the two best songs off 10,000 Days. Who are you to wave your finger? You must be out of your hand. Sorry, I can't do that high pitch. Yeah, Enema is a no-skip masterpiece. Absolutely. Arizona Bay, people. My favorite thing, by the way, is that Arizona Bay is a Bill Hicks reference. Like, I'm for that. Just, we all gotta agree that Fear Inoculum is... They should have stayed retired. All right, I'm not gonna lie. picking this in this, like, knob cylinder is kind of starting to piss me off, so I want to see if I can field strip this. Okay. Oh, this shouldn't be too hard. There we go. That'll work. Wait, no, I'm going to need to unlock it probably, right? Oh, wait, where's my... Can I get a fucking flathead screwdriver somewhere here, people? Maybe? I'm seeing 2 Phillips heads. Can I get a flathead screwdriver here? Please? Oh. That's Torx. That's not what I'm looking for, people. That's... Ah! Beautiful flathead. Come on. I'm so... Ugh, it's been a while since I stripped a fucking knob. Come on, bro. Lock it up, maybe? Hell yeah. All right, let's go. Oh. Oh, okay. This one's a F series. Interesting. Yeah, that's garbage. I don't need that anymore. Yeah, this is a F series core with the compressible core. 1 second. All right, when I say F-series with the compressible core, most doorknobs use something called a key and knob cylinder, Greg. Let me see if I have one that works with key. Here, all right. This is not a normal key and knob cylinder, but this is a Japanese key and knob cylinder. It's just like an American one, except it's significantly better in every way. But as you can see, you've got your plug where the key inserts into and turns. You've got your core, which is this outer brass piece, and this bit up here is called the Bible, which is where the springs of the lock and the top pins live. And just for the sake of completion, this is what an American key and knob cylinder looks like. So it's practically the same. It's a little bit taller on the Bible. But Schlage, for their discount brand knobs, rather than create a knob that is cut out specifically for this shape, which they do make knobs like that, they have this pot metal piece with a compressible, so you can actually see the springs pop out like that, and the core itself is compressible, so you can insert it into these cheaper knobs by pushing it down. You can see there's actually just a big channel where they sit at. So once this goes in, it'll pop up and lock it in place, but it's sloppy. But yeah, all right. Once we got this out, the spring doesn't necessarily make it less secure. I'll tell you what does make it less secure is that it's made out of pot metal or zinc or whatever, which is a significantly weaker and softer metal than brass. But it uses what's called T-pins also, which is also how it works like this. I have a T-pin actually handy outside of the lock because I have my Schlage pin kit. It's not an OEM Schlage pin kit. It's a self-made Schlage pin kit. Yeah, generally speaking. But more to the point, the shittier material is not so much for picking. This is for protection against brute force attacks, because brass is far less likely to crack than zinc if you apply heavy torsion loads. But anyways, just to explain for the non-pickers quite quickly, what I mean when we're talking about pins. So let me break out my pinning tray, which has some pins on it handy, and let me show y'all. So, and we're talking about top pins, not the key pins. So when we say a standard pin, it's just a straight piece of brass. Nothing special, it's just a tube of brass. When we speak of a spool pin, we're talking about something that looks like a spool of thread. Hold on. Where there's a top and bottom, and in the center there's narrowing. And this is what gives you that counter rotation that pickers sometimes speak of. Serrated pins are just that. They have serrations on them. This is a kind of a bitch-made serrated pin because it only has 2 small serrations on it. Good ones have significantly more. And what the pins in the Schlage F series, which is also how it stays this compact, instead of having full-size driver pins or top pins, it uses what's called T-pins. They're tactical. And now you're going to see this and say, oh, it's half a spool. Because it's got a standard end and then it has a narrow end. And in a way, yes, it is. However, these are actually stored like this, where the narrow end actually goes into the spring, which makes it even smaller. Because in a standard pin, and I'll show you all on this thing right here, is you can see the spring is the same diameter as the key and driver pins. So this narrowing at the top is literally just so it can fit the spring over it to aid it. So this is primarily lower cost and just a compact profile. That's all that matters to this lock. Yep. And what Elijah said, drunken spool is a technique that can be used to make T-pins funky in other locks. All right, now that the F series is out of its knob cylinder, let's see if we can make it my bitch. All right, we're going to try raking it because since it's an F series, it should behave as standard pins once the... Hold on. Better. Sorry, this rocking back and forth is really... Oh yeah, absolutely. I've gotten over aggressive with the raking and stabbed myself. Matter of fact, rake. It's actually open. It's just moving very stiffly. So yeah, not a great lock, but cool to have all the same. I'll probably give this one away either to my lock picking meetup or some new picker. All right. That being said, I also have this Schlage deadbolt. So let's see what we can do with this one, although I'm going to see if I can strip it down at least a little bit. We don't need these pieces at all. Damn, what kind of... I might have to keep this. This is a good-ass deadbolt. This thing is built. Is this a grade 2? Shit, look at the size of these screws here. Dang. That's a well-made lock. Might have to keep this, I'm not going to lie. Well, I'm going to keep the core, obviously, but I might have to keep the lock hardware and use it for a house at some point. This might be a B560. Or what's the grade 2 one? B60? I can't remember my Schlage deadbolt lines. I don't really care. I hate that it's like aged brass. Ugh. Gross. All right, there we got that. That's stack plate and this. Yes, love it. It's a modular cylinder. Okay, excellent. That is fantastic. So this is a deadbolt cylinder. It uses what Schlage call their modular cylinder, where it works as a deadbolt. It can be modified to be a rim cylinder, and it's also a key and knob cylinder, as you can see in the back. It's kind of a okay, there's that out. And okay, oh right. Probably want to pull a key out first, and now we should be able to hopefully. All right, what's holding me up here? I mean, look, I can get the kick cylinder out really quickly just by doing that shit right here. I wanted the whole... Oh, ew, gross. This can't be the top of the line Schlage. Ew. Nasty 5-pin gross kick. Ew, low quality. Okay. I guess these locks get... I guess this whole knob set's getting thrown in the garbage anyways. This ain't no B60. This is the grade 3 hardware, I guess. I've been tricked, bamboozled, led astray. Of course, I'm keeping the cylinder itself. I'll give it away. All right, but all of this crapola is going in my recycle bin. 2:45. Let's go outside for a check-in and see, or for a check-in for a second and see what the moon status is. But first, basura. Benny. Benny's back there. Benny. Certified good Benny. Nah, that's what I'm saying, Elijah. The problem is that I don't think you can put a much better cylinder in it because it was sized specifically for these low quality, these zinc 5-pin kicks. It won't fit the standard full-size 6-pin kick. It only fits these shitty ones. So the end shitification is complete, unfortunately. You don't want that Schlage. You can probably get it or the Aussie equivalent at Bunnings for like not a whole heck of a lot of money. What I am gonna do is remove the tailpiece though, because we don't need that. Hold on, that's way too high up. Tailpiece removal time. Oh, perfect. Oh, not perfect. Come on, you could have stayed down and depressed and nice. But no, Pikachu knows everything. Oh, you better do a good job of hiding the moan because let me let you know, thieves will really quickly figure out a way to smash that speaker. Lord have mercy, I'm about to bust. Also, not for nothing, but this isn't very good bidding. It's a downward facing ramp. That's not good. This piece of shit ain't worth any more than it's... I feel like that I want that less for the lock for like the turd burglars. What's up, Occupy? We're only up this late because we're waiting up for the blood moon in 15 minutes, give or take. All right. Go check out where we are vis-a-vis la luna, la bella luna. All right, hold on 1 second. Before we go check out La Bella Luna, it's La Bella Dab time, because I'm But yeah, we're gonna go check out the eclipse, and then we will see. I mean, Green Tools NYC is a freaking miracle worker. Occupy actually recommended the channel to me, but then, yeah, it's all kinds of parties, Greg. We're riding high here, literally. But yeah, Occupy recommended the Green Tools NYC channel, and then I actually saw one of my mutuals, Isamu Sushi, who makes great cutaways and collects cutaways, had some Medico cutaways made by Green Tools on his channel. So it's kind of crazy, though, you know, like the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon type situation. Boing. That's crazy. Yeah, Green Tools is really creative and really gifted with like tool and custom lock manufacturing. It's really cool to see. Like, I can make some stuff. Budget route would be to go to covertinstruments.com and buy the FNG kit for like $10, or the Genesis kit for like 20 something bucks, or $30, however much it costs these days. That would be the cheap way, and go get yourself a Master Lock 140 or a Brinks 40mm padlock from Walmart. Either way, both of them are pretty easy to pick, but they give good feedback. James, Sawzall blades do not make very good picks. They do make very good tension tools, however. They're a little too thick to make... no, those are my dimple picks. Hold on one second. They're a little too thick to make, actual picks from, because they're about... Let's see if I have any of my homemade ones. They're about 40-something thousandths thick. Between 40 to 45 thousandths thick. That's too thick for a pick. If you're gonna use a saw of any sort to make picks, you're gonna want to use hacksaw blades. They're much thinner, and they're also pretty high quality. That, or you can get the like really high quality wiper blades with the like rubber on them, or like wiper blade inserts. Those are pretty good. Feeler gauge works. Charlie. But realistically speaking, it's 2026. Yeah, actually, Greg. I had a neighbor actually who was locked out of his house, and I let him in. Or I also do like I mentioned, much earlier in this stream, I cook for a living, and I used to deliver my food to assisted living facilities, and every now and then the nurses would lock the door to the facility, but they would have like an emergency of some sort. They got a patient issue or whatever. So if that would be the case, and like I'm running short on schedule, I literally pick my way into the house, drop off the food, and then dip. Cheers. Goddamn puddle squad, I talk too long. But yeah, generally speaking, it's fun to make your own tools. I've made my own tools in the past. But mostly dimple flags and stuff like that. But yeah, at this day and age, when lockpicking is becoming more and more popular than ever, and there's more and more companies than ever making quality picks, if you can afford to buy the picks, buy the picks. Have making picks as like a side quest. So the funny thing is, Greg, Kwikset actually solved most of the issues with these shitty locks with the smart key design, with the little hole on the side. which uses a system similar to what I was discussing in these master locks earlier. That's very difficult to pick. Now, some of the smart key locks have the same weakness as other low-cost locks where the materials are very low quality. There's a surprising amount of plastic in them, for example, in addition to the pot metal. So quicksets can be vulnerable to brute force in ways that they shouldn't be. But exactly what James said, they're sidebar locks. Or in the case of the newer smart keys, they're reverse sidebar, which is even cooler. Truth be told, I don't know what's in this. I think it's the reverse sidebar. That's all that I have left. Sorry. All right, let's go check in on Blood Moon status. We are 10 minutes away from totality. Yeah, I don't really smoke flower anymore, Mr. T2J. Okay, hold on one second. We're gonna have issues. Okay, do we still have reception? I turned off my Wi-Fi. All right, cool. Oh, there we go. Interesting. My phone is actually showing way, way, way more than I can actually see. I can only see a little sliver. Barely any moon left. Look at that. All right. Cool to see. Cool to see. I'm a little cold actually right now, so I'm actually gonna come back when its totality is at 304, and it's 256 right now. So I'm gonna go put a sweater on. I'm gonna go grab my tripod so I don't have to hold on to it, and there's less going on, and yeah. Beep beep blue. I don't know why, but this air purifier I got is super sensitive to weed smoke, and every time it smells bad air quality. But whenever these dudes are taking fat shits, right there. That's my shits. That's their shits. Whenever they're taking fat shits or kicking up dust or anything, it's like, no, it's all good. But no, dab smoke. Right, Charlie? Ridiculous. Technologia, technologia. Charlie, how beep, beep, blue. All right, Greg, I'm going to go check out the totality in a second. Let me just put a sweater on. All right, and grab tripod. Tripod. Tripodski. Not Tree Poloski. Tree Podsky. Charlie. Stop fighting with Ben. You fight with Ben, I'm going to put you up for adoption. You're getting put up for adoption anyways, but you're going to get on the adoption express if you keep fighting with Ben. You're going to go to some rando, not in the family. Yeah. You won't like that. Well, I mean, you will, but I won't. So I'm making threats to myself. Wow, a self-fulfilling prophecy. All right, let's go check out this frickin' moon shit. It's not cold enough for this sweater, but it's the first one I found, so fuck it. Meow. La bella luna. Charlie's such a good boy. But he's doing this thing where he slaps Ben all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, unprovoked. And I'm like, can you not do that, maybe? Oh, it's gone. Oh, whoops. I was like, why is it falling? Because I didn't lock one of the things in. Stupid. The moon. Oh, whoops, that's my... I'll get a nice up-close and personal view of my thumb. All right. 2 minutes to totality, right? 3:04? It was supposed to be? You know, ow! Ow! Get out of here, Waymo. That's a comment that's going to get deleted for a little bit too much political spiciness, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. He probably uses Palestinian children to wipe his ass for him. And that's the kind of comment that's going to get me in trouble. All right, it's totality o'clock, according to, I think it. Didn't they say it was 3:04? La bella luna. Well, at least there's no clouds here in LA. Well, there's some clouds, but not nearly enough. My problem is because it's LA, there's just so much frickin' light pollution. Spotlights everywhere. I say there's no clouds, and then boom, clouds. Just pop right on in, throw a big frickin' damper on my parade. Come on, clouds, get the hell out of here. All right. All right, so peak has started, and so has this frickin' chain of clouds. Let's see. Does it go for too long? Hopefully it clears. It seems mostly clear, so it shouldn't be for too long. And it's not fully obscure. Yeah, stupid ass clouds. What's up, chocolate face? That's me when I'm super, super, super stoned. Like, super stoned. Like, way more stoned than I am right now. Come on, clouds. Get. I mean, I'll say right now, the moon's kind of in a gap between the clouds right now, which is kind of a nice touch. No, clouds back. Oh, that's nice. Now we're talking. See if I can get a little closer. It's starting to get a little noisy. I think that's about as far zoomed in as I want to go. Also, the clouds really adding some. Come on, clouds. You really gotta pull that maneuver right now? Bad clouds. Bad. This must be the vape bro's punishment. Do you even vape, bro? That's where I'm at right now too, AV Clips. What's up? Stupid ass clouds getting in the way though. Get. Get. Okay, now we're just looking at clouds. Yeah. Could you move out of the way? You are in the way of my and 11 other people's enjoyment. Get out of the way. You know what's crazy is that. So I didn't even know that there was going to be an eclipse tonight, and then I was streaming earlier, and someone was like, "Oh, are you this? What's the thing going on in Cali?" And like, I found out that it was an eclipse. I'm like, "Well, what time is it?" And the first person said, "Oh, it's 6 in the morning." I'm like, "Well, never mind that then." And then it was like, "No, 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's 3 in the morning Western." I'm like, "Well, I can maybe stay up till 3. Let's go. What the hell?" So I've been streaming since, I don't know, what, 10:30, I would think it was, 10:20. 287 minutes and 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 seconds. Damn. Can you tell that my voice has been going for quite some time? But yeah, here we are watching the clouds blocking the eclipse. I need my Attenborough voice, like, so as the clouds slowly slip in front of the eclipse. What will the man see once the clouds pass? Or will the clouds pass at all? I'm hoping for a break in these sumbitches. Well, I can't see a gosh darn thing, my man. Alright, don't quote me on this, but in about
I don't know, 20 to 25 seconds, there should be a little bit more visibility, briefly. But it might just be a case of morning clouds moving in, so that could put a damper on the celebration.
Um, I just, I just, I just stream through the app personally. Like I stream through the YouTube app. Anyway, excuse me, pardon the yawn. I'm a little tired. I hope you can see it a little better than I can see. See, the clouds were non-existent right until the eclipse actually started its totality, and then they moved in and they were like, "What's up? We're gonna block your view." But it sure is pretty all the same. Should be getting some decent visibility for the next few seconds. There you go. Poor Elijah, nothing but clouds is. Yeah, chocolate. I'm in Los Angeles. We we have light pollution and apparently some marine clouds coming in based on the direction that they're blowing. But it don't matter. Look at the beauty of nature. Or, oh, really? What part of Tasmania? Yeah, same. Yeah, Elijah, why was that? Like, make that make sense, dude. Okay, hopefully. I tell you, it could be worse because south of me, there's like, it's actually like really cloudy. Like, despite the fact that there's some obscurity right now, like, it's still only partly cloudy and like, the moon is definitely peeking through in phases. But like, yeah, I'm looking towards like where my parents live, and they live south of me, and it's not looking good there. They ain't gonna see shit. Not that it matters. They're asleep. Because they're actually sane and they're not staying up until 20 after 3 in the morning when they have a therapist appointment in the morning, much like I do. But who cares? These are the things I do for you guys. Hey, now we're talking, people. Look at that shit. become less cloudy, please. Okay, it should be clearing for a few minutes at least. These are some light wispy clouds, and then it's gonna be, and then I'm seeing clear skies for the next at least a minute. Once these guys passed. Maximum zoom. It's a little pixelated, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna zoom out just a wee bit. Big cloudy orange ball. Hey Elijah, I'm glad you got to see it at least on the screen in potato vision. Super 420 potato vision. Okay, now we're clearing up. Come on, 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 come on. You want to get the hell out of here. Oh, that's potato vision. Is potato nahui. Okay. It's pretty clear actually right now. Look at that. I would like these leftover wispies to continue moving. Exit screen left. Hello, Zoe the cat. We're still here. I hope you're watching the eclipse on your end, and I hope there's fewer clouds than there are where me and Elijah are. I hope there's no clouds. And we have also, I just noticed we've passed the 300-minute marker of this stream. Yeah, these clouds are not cooperating one bit. They're being a real douche canoe clouds. And I'd like these clouds to kindly fuck off. Excuse me, clouds, would you kindly respond to direction? I'll tell you one other thing, y'all, is that the view through my phone and what I can actually like see with my naked eye drastically different. The moon is much redder on the screen than I'm. Oh, square deal with Zoe the cat. Give my best to them all. But yeah, y'all, like, the view on the screen is significantly better than, like, just me using my peepers. Like, because it's a combination of just, well, number one, the phone can zoom in, and the phone is using a digital sensor that can kind of amplify light in ways that the human eye can't. And also, the phone doesn't have to deal with the fact that there's a car dealership with bright-ass freaking lights right over here, and it's just killing. It's like, thanks, I really appreciate these bright-ass spotlights. All right, thank you. So yeah, the funny thing is, Elijah, I, like you, am getting a better view of it through the screen than I am in real life. There we are. But like I said, who cares? I mean, it's time to marvel at the wonders of the universe, is it not? I'll tell you what's super annoying is that I keep looking straight up, and like the view directly above me is completely cloud free, and yet I'm like, could you please blow this cloud free section into where the moon is, please? Maybe, kind of, sort of. And it's just I keep getting cock teased by the clouds. Okay, that being said, it seems to be clearing up. Although I've said that about 5 times already, and it has just been like, no, David, it's not going to clear up. We're going to make you a liar. We want to see you lie multiple times on one stream. That being said, looks pretty freaking cool right now. What's up, Wingsley? We're watching the eclipse. Someone got his... Someone has a shitty exhaust. I'm also like getting super tired, so I might call the stream fairly soon. I wasn't kidding. I do have therapy at 9 in the morning. That's only a few hours from now. But what the hey, right? We're watching cool shit in the sky. So, question for everyone watching. Assuming it was not, it was within the realm of affordability, not cheap, but just like, would y'all bucket list going to space? I'd love to go to outer space. I'm just not sure I could square the ethical ramifications of doing it the way it is right now, where it's like, okay, let's get on Jeff Bezos' Pinos rocket and like rocket up into space with Katy Perry for like 10 minutes, and then we're gonna come crashing down because we're not even orbital, we're suborbital, we're like effectively pulling an Alan Shepard. But assuming in the not too distant future you could go to space without those ethical ramifications, and it was fairly affordable. Like you could pull a 2001: A Space Odyssey and go up to like a Hilton orbiting Earth. Would you? I'd want to, seriously. Elijah's launching out of Pine Gap. It'll be all. It's like, just get on this rocket. It'll be all right, mate. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Ring ding dong. Ring ding da ding ding dong. Okay, the clouds are coming back in. I'm going inside. I'm getting tired. We're gonna say, let the cats say goodbye, and then we go. But yeah, moon. La bella luna. All right. My stupid face. baby blue. Ew, Bob. Baby blue. Charlie. Yeah, that's baby blue, Winsley. The one, the only baby blue. Baby blue. Oh, his name's Baby Blue. His name is Robert Paul. No, his name is Baby Blue. Let me turn my Wi-Fi back on. Yeah, his name is Baby Blue. This is Charlie. That's Baby Blue. Baby Blue. And that's Emily over there. Chillin'. And that's Ben. There's some other kitties, but they're elsewhere right now. Benny. Yes, Benny. Stare into the void. Benny. Yes, sir. Benny. This could go on for quite some time if I let it. Ben's like, can you not show the whole world my tapetum lucidum? I gotta be a maxi goober right now. I'm Benny. I'm a Bensta. Benny Bensta. Bing. He was actually my first Wingsley. I found him when I was doing deliveries for the old catering company I used to be the head chef for. So I was delivering food one day. The reason his name is Ben is because I found him on Ben Avenue in the valley. He wasn't altered back then. My parents actually paid for him to get fixed at some fancy Mar Vista thing. That's why he's not ear tipped, because he got, yeah. So I delivered to an assisted living facility on Ben Avenue, and I found Ben on Ben Avenue, and he was so friendly, so I took him with me. He was rescue number 1. Louisa, may she rest in peace, was rescue number 2. Number 3 was my parents' cat, Monty. Then who came after Monty? Oh, after Monty, it was the little black cat kitten, Curious Georgie, and then there was, after Curious Georgie, who was that? Oh, I forgot, there was Sunny and Sully. They're upstairs. They're technically foster cats, although they've been with me for over a year, so if I find a home for them, then we're going. Yeah, exactly. Sunny and Sully, like Kalai just said, the Creamsicle Twins, Baby Blue, Ozzy. And now Charlie's the most recent one. That's right, Big C. Oh, he's a big boy. Oh, he's a big boy. Big boy C? Oh, you must have watched an older video, Baby Blue used to live at the main colony. But yeah, I took him off the streets a while back, and one of the better decisions I've made in life. But yeah, when he first came off the streets, he had chlamydia, he had freaking pink eye out the wazoo. He was in bad shape. He's doing way more better right now. He still's got that kind of perma sniffle, which I think he's probably going to keep for life, unfortunately. But he's a happy camper. Let's see. I think I took him off the street kind of middle of last year-ish, so probably... Oh, wait, hold on one second. Shit, tripped over my dustpan. Give me 1 second. Let me find my medical files clipboard. That's my TNR clipboard. There's the medical files clipboard. So yeah, his first visit was June of last year. So about six months, or more. Actually, no, more like 8-10 months now. Yeah, me too. Especially the way the things have been going at that colony. Shit. Every single cat that we managed to get away from that colony safely is doing well. All right, guys, it's 3:45. Baby Blue says goodbye. Big Charlie says goodbye. Emily says, hey, you didn't feature me much in this thing. Yeah, because you're chicken shit. But Emily says goodbye. And of course, Benny over there in the corner says, what about me, Benny? Hey, Benny. Benny. Say goodbye.